started yet. Welcome, welcome, Raiders.
Hello,
Oh my god. Ah! Double raid all the way. Oh my goodness. There's a hot mess going on currently. Thank you so much, Ebs and Trinium. You were playing Played Up? Oh my god. Did you enjoy it? Oh my, I love watching people play that. It's like, I don't think I could handle the pressure of actually playing it myself, so instead I'll watch other people. Oh, let me say hi properly, guys. Oh my goodness. Hi, welcome Raiders. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Nat. I'm a part-time VTuber. I just felt like VTubing today. But yeah, I'll be playing Genshin Impact today. Goodness, it's great. It's pure chaos. Oh, I think I agree with pure chaos and stressful, because I've played what's that other one? It's a cooking one as well. You play with a friend. You play as cute little animal character. Overcooked. Yes. Ebs, we're on the same page there. 100% Overcooked. I played a little bit of that game with a friend, and it's so stressful. My brain just like, it cooks. My brain is overcooked, actually. Gosh, very stressful, that game. Played Up is somehow less stressful. Oh, maybe I should give it a try then. Maybe that's something that I can look at. Because yeah, like, you know, it's the whole like coordinating, like, oh, I'm gonna do this task, you do this task. But yeah, welcome again, Raiders. Yeah, thank you so much, Ebs and Trenium, for the raids. I haven't started this stream properly yet. Thank you for the raid. And yeah, Tango! I saw you also redeemed first, like in the middle of the raid, so it was just like a clusterfuck of noise. But yeah, so Ebs is here, Stack Gemma, with style, Petite. Can I call you Petite? That's a pretty cute name. Welcome. Of course, Trenium, little Siri. Hello. I hope you're all having a lovely day. Yeah, raids to start me off. Like, my brain is not like in the stream mode yet, so my brain's just like, the panic. It's up to 4 players. Oh shit. Okay, that sounds like absolute chaos. That's fantastic. But yeah, I know you guys, if I'm not mistaken, you are from Australia, or at least that like time zone. So like, yeah, I hope you guys had a wonderful stream. It sounds like fun. You know, you said it was less stressful than Overcooked, but also you had fun together. You are Aussies? Okay, I thought so. Because yeah, I didn't want to assume just based on accents. But I don't get to watch a lot of Aussie streams because of the time difference. Like, you guys will stream basically while I'm working, so a lot of the time, even if I do watch, I can't even listen, and it's so. I hate time zones. I say this all the time. Time zones are the dumbest. I don't know who invented this. Can we just have a flat earth and we all have the same time zone so that we can just be friends with whoever we want? Because this is nonsense. You and Trent share a brain cell. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Because I know you've both rated me before as well. I really do appreciate it. Wow, Mouty! Hello, Mama! Time zones make it hard. If they do! Oh, captions. Actually, I might not do captions today. Do I have the tag on? Let me just turn it off. Because the captions throw up some really weird shit. Hello, motherfucker! Hi, Puppety! Yeah, time zones are butts, because I can almost never raid you guys back. Almost never, because of the time difference. It's so annoying. It's dumb. I hate it. Half of my friends are asleep, and the other half are going to sleep. And I was just like, come on, man. Why gotta be like this? When I was working from home, it was easier. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm lucky because I do work from home. But the nature of my work means that I can't actually, like... It's not like a job where I can just... Because I teach. So, like, I have to, like, be in class and stuff like that. So, I can't... I wish I could. If I could just, like, watch streams while I work, but unfortunately I can't. Can't chat to people. Yeah. And yeah, if you've gone back to work, then even worse, because then you can't watch it all. Not even like just lurking kind of watch. We never expect raid back. Oh, but Trinium, I love raiding people back because how dare you support me? How dare? How could you? Of course, I must get my revenge on you. I will raid you back. I will find a way. It might be a little bit difficult, but I'm all about the revenge raids. Like how dare you support me? I will support you back. I will fight you. Try me. That's how I view it. It's like how could you support me? So yeah, that's my thing. Revengey raids. I love them. We recovered from all the soju. Oh, Sejo, please. So early. It's so early in the day. I have recovered. I've just been dealing with a lot of other problems like I've had mad nausea and heartburn unrelated to the alcohol that I consumed this weekend. But yeah, I'm okay. We're here. That's what counts, Sejo. How are you doing today? Just you been a sweetheart and support enough? Never. It will never be enough. It will never be enough. I will always try and find a way to hype people up. So yeah. But yes, thank you again so much for the raid. And the fact that it was a double raid, you know, it's the best way to start the stream, but also like today I'm having a bit of a poo-poo day, so it was a nice surprise. So thank you both again. Actually, let me do shoutouts because I'm actually terrible at that. Oh, I almost did raid instead. Oh my goodness. Please, someone throw me out. The new shoutouts that Twitch has, kind of confusing. There we go. Eds and Trinium as well. Check them out, guys. Wonderful, wonderful people. And they play a lot of games together. I think the last time I managed to catch a stream, I think you were playing Genshin. I don't remember what you were doing, but there was definitely shenanigans. There we go. No poo-poo days allowed. Oh, okay, I can only do one shout out. Oh, I forgot there's a cooldown. God damn it. This is fine. Yeah, there was a whole lot of shenanigans last time, Trent. I can't remember exactly what you were doing, but I think you were either playing with a friend who was new to the game, or someone was explaining something, but I know that there was a lot of giggles. Oh, Teko, I'm glad to hear that. The nausea and heartburn is because you haven't seen me in a while. It's withdrawal. It has been way too long. It has been way too long. You've gotten so much better at Genshin. Oh, nice! You managed to pull. Yee! I'll be pulling for Nahida. I'll be pulling for Nahida. In a moment, actually. I might as well because I have my welcome squad. I don't really believe in the whole ritual thing bringing success, but I do have a a spot. And I have a group to welcome Nahida, so let's jump into that. Yeah, so oh, I forgot I had Chinese on. Get me a prize. So yeah, this is my welcome squad. I've got Tinari, I've got Kale, because it's my Dendro babies, and then I've got Zhongli and whoops. And Raiden, because they're here to rescue her, to bring her home. So yeah. And thank you, Tren. I have like 2 pity, and I'm not guaranteed. Wait, let me show you guys. You also pulled Chair Ibs? I mean, it's the place, right? It's the place where we gotta pull for her. It's where she is. So I mean, Hundies, you know, that makes 100% sense. Where else would you... I mean, there's a couple other places that you could probably pull for her, but, like, I feel like this one makes the most sense, you know? But yes, my pity is 2. And I'm not even exaggerating. Not guaranteed, and it's 2. So I'll have to do a fair amount of wishes, but I have 20k primos, I have 22 wishes, I have 531 star glitter, so if I do need extra, There's also these bad boys, so let me just boop those, because I always have a lot of that stuff. Yeah, I think I should be fine. Like, I have some Genesis crystals as well. Oh wait, you guys can't see it. Anyway, if I do like this. Yeah, so I have some Genesis crystals well, if I need to. I generally like to hold on to the Genesis crystals just in case there's an outfit I want. So, yeah. Shall we go? You did some Archon sacrifices too. Oh my god. Shall we start with the polls? I think now might be a good time. Now that I've received blessings and positive affirmations from Ebs and Trinium, I'm in a good spot. Nahida's in a good spot. She's gonna jump straight into my blankie. As you can see, she's in my blankie currently. She's gonna actually jump into my blankie though. Yeah, I don't think I'll put any music on. We just need to have positive jujus, yeah? Positive jujus, but I'm calling her Nana, so all of the Dendro characters that have come out so far, they all get a nickname. So we've got Tai Tai, Lele, and now we've got Nana as well. So Nana, come home. Okay, that's purple, but it's okay. It's okay. We did have 2 pity. So we're not gonna have unrealistic expectations. What's your pity? It was 2. It was 2 because I got Kokomi the last banner. Noel. What? Okay, I don't think I used Favonius on anyone. Thank you, Papa T. How are you doing? Your hair looks sick, homie. Let me show you. So it's not going to show the last 10 pull, but Ebs. My pity was 2 after Kokomi's rerun. Doing a chant for early pity. Thank you, Seho. Oh wait, I needed to do a shout out for Trinium as well, because that was being really dumb with a whole minute like lockout. There we go. So yeah, shoutouts might be a little bit slow because of that. You accidentally pressed the tempo on Nilo. Oh no! I don't remember the last time, or I lie, Itor's banner, I guess, was the last time I won a 50-50. He started, oh goodness. Yeah, it's a little bit like a little bit stressful, I guess. Because, yeah, like if you have to, if you have to save up, you know, for the guaranteed like 180. Razor! I think I don't have C6 of Razor. Not that I use him anyway, but you know. Who are actually the boosted characters? I didn't even look. Oh, okay, it is them. So I got Noel, I got Razor. The next one's gonna be Bennett, and Bennett's gonna bring Nahida home. Yeah? Let's go. Let's go. Nana! I'm gonna keep trying that. Until she comes home. I'm just gonna keep chatting to her. No, that's not Bennett! Unbelievable. Also, the sword that she's using in her splash art, was that? Was she using Favonia's greatsword? Benny looking a little different. Yeah, he grew out his hair a bit. And he's wearing a skirt. That's the only difference I can see, really. They actually look quite similar. They both have green eyes and white hair. That's interesting. I never noticed that before. It's, her brother from another mother. What? All this star glitter just to sit there, collect in my pockets. No! Sweet baby. Oh! Nani? Double Razor all the way. I'm still getting cons though, so that's good. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. All right. Well, it's actually... Do you know what? This is actually white hair banner. Because look at all the characters. I mean, they're slightly grayish, but like they all have the same hair color. This is how Nana chose her banner. In fact, Nana chose all these babies. She's like, I want these ones. Let's go again. Nana, come home. No, that's the purple. Come on, man. Next one. It's the next one. Next one, Ebs. Okay, we got this. We got this. Oh? I wonder... I could do with more sacrificial bows, actually. Did they spell psychic wrong? Where? What? Oh, physic. Physic of purity? No, I think physic is like, I don't want to say like doctor, but like she heals people, right? Physic. Not psychic, not physics, but like physic. I don't know if it means like doctor or something. I would say Google it. Treat with medicine? Ah, okay. We're gonna ignore this one, Ed, because I wasn't paying attention. So this was a... This one doesn't count. Well, yeah, the next one will be her, right? Wah! Next one. This is fine. We got debate club though. Best in slot for every character. Especially the catalyst users. The debate club. Alright, it's this one, yeah? Let's go. Summon Goro? Why Goro? He's not even on the banner. He doesn't have white hair. That's the wrong color. Ah, boy, Noel! Go away! At least give me Razor. Because she's been seasick since God was a child. See, Bear Wrangler Manga... You did this to me because you mentioned Geo. You can buy me Primos as an apology, thank you. Nana! Oh! Oh! Is it this one? Is it this one? Ah! Why? Of all the off-better characters, why did it have to be you again? I'm getting cock-blocked by Diluc. This is what you get for not waiting for me? Cries in Spanish. I'm crying in all the languages. I'm multilingual today. I'm just crying in all of them. Okay, Jargon. Well, I already got fucking shat on. C4 Diluc, kill me now. I'm gonna go cry now. Be right back, guys. Oh, I forgot to mute my mic. Sorry. What is with the red-haired, fucking grumpy-ass men? Why? Why? Okay. Again. Jargon. Blessing, please. Now that you're here. Blessing, please. Ah! Ehe! Ehe! Tenanayo! Nana! Thank the fucking Pope! I'll take that. Ah! Yee, thank you. Ah! Hi, Hero! Nana! Itty bitty baby. The streamer luck! No, Sejo, you were not allowed to talk about streamer luck here. Do you know why? We're not allowed to talk about streamer luck here. Do you know why? Because I have a C4, look, please. Don't at me. Don't touch me on my studio. Fucking C4, look. No ways. But we got the Jeep! The cheapiest of Jeeps! My itty bitty Nana. She's so cute. Thank you guys. Alright, it's bedtime. Nighty nights, Ebs. And Trinium as well. Take care. Have a lovely evening. New character. Yes, Hero. She just came out today. My itty bitty baby. Nana. I don't know what weapon to put on her, but I saw people were using this. So the C5 solar pole is supposed to be pretty good on her. You're gonna head off too? No worries, no worries. Thank you so much, Trinium. There's drops. Oh, yes. Get them drops. Get them juicy drops. But yes, thank you again so much, both you and Ebs. I appreciate you both so much. Thank you. And take care. Fucking Deluxe. I'm so tired of him, Sejo. Please, I have C0. I have C0 Cookie. My wife. My love. She would not come home. Look at that badonkadonk. Ah! Thank you, Momo. Thank you, Poppy. Yeah. So she would not come home. She would not come home. She was like, no, how about you take a boss instead? I wanted my wife. And she said no. But yes, welcome to C4, Diluc. Nice to have you here, I guess. Anyway, we pre-farmed the fuck out of Nana, so we're definitely gonna be maxing her out right now. Oh wait, I need to do boss fights as well. Yeah. Hi, Bubbles! Bubble. Did you get Nana? I got like, I don't know, it felt like hard pity, close to hard pity with Diluc, and then the next temple I got Nana, so... I can't believe I got Diluc blocked. Oh my god. The agony. Oh! I'm gonna build pity quick, don't mind me, guys. Eh? C6 Beanie! Ah! Nana! Ah! See, this is what it means to build pity, right? Double Nahida! All the way! Nana! Na! Ah! Ah! Thanks, Jordan! Thanks for your jujus, the good jujus. What is... I don't even know what's... I didn't even look at Nahida's constellations because I wasn't planning on... I don't do constellations for these characters. What does this do? Whoa! That's good! That looks good! Eh? Is her C1 that good? Oh, but her C2 even better. Oh. I don't think I should push my luck, to be honest. What do you guys think? Why did that look gold for a second? I was like... Benny Porkin! Give me star glitter! You were building pity anyway? It's because I want one more razor. I just want one. Okay, one more, and then we'll stop. Because I want another razor. There are other characters you want? Yeah, that's why I don't want to spend it all. Another flute. Yeah. This isn't razor though. He's literally C5. Stop gambling. Winners know when to stop. Are you calling me a winner, Mamo? JK. But let's go do pulls, yeah. Whoa, fish Yuru! I got Nana twice. I got double Nana. I got Nana. She just got a little bit lost along the way. Bam! I was gonna use Magic Guide on Nana actually, but I think the C5. Wow! A poo! Bubble! How dare you? Alright, let's level her because. Blessed. I still need fucking artifacts for her though. That's the grim thing, is that in this time I've been farming for her artifacts. She got the same pantsu as Yae. Looky. Same pantsu. Where's Yae? Where can you see her pantsu best? There. Same pantsu. She's got the same pantsu. Look how cute she is. Oh! Bless. Why you throw something at my face, Bubble? Anyway, levels. I thought I did this already. Am I going mad? Oh, I said we need to go fight Borsu. Did I click the wrong one? Oh, man. Meow. Oh, and we'll get more wishes from this as well. That was some mad shit, yo. Fucking Diluc. Dummy dum. To snap you out of the Gamba? Okay, fair enough. Gamba life, though. Gamba. Fuck! Where's this? Take me to it. We'll go slap him right now. Quick. Easy. Where is this piece of shit? Oh, don't mind if I do. Down? Wait, what? Oh, it's underground. Fuck. I remember. Actually, I shared a post of this last night. They said you have to walk in a tunnel to get to it. Jump off the cliff behind you. Ah, thank you. Have I even been here? Was this open before? Yeah, I read a post last night and I was like, okay, don't forget this. And then, what do you know? I fucking forgot. Not even like 12 hours later, I forgot. There's the cube. There's our square cabbage. Ah, na. Let's see. Do I? Sweet tea and steal. Am I gonna steal from? I want to see what she plays like. I'm gonna steal Tai stuff. His stuff is hella copium, but it's okay. Copium is better than nopium, am I right? So... wait, did I just steal the wrong one? I did! This was on... shit. That was on Traveler. This is fine. Okay. Traveler. Sorry, boo boo. I stole your shit. Yeah. That's right. Alrighty then. I didn't even look at mechanics for this boss. Why? He hits hard, bro. You wanna calm down? I like how I went into this fight with no bursts. Besides Kokomi's. Rest in peoples! Wow! The audacity, straight audacity. Using Dendro. Oh, that was too short to reach. Embarrassing. Oh my god, she's so cute. Okay, so it's kind of like we healed it. Interesting. There we go. Ugh. 3 left. Quelled Creeper. Does teleporting here give you enough? Also, Jargon, did you, or the people who have played Genshin today, did you already play with Nana? Did you level her? Hi, Hassan! Hassan, you missed some insane pulls. Oh my god. You need to... Hi, Yaku! I wanna add a redeem to let people choose like a sound alert for themselves. Is that something you guys would like? You were studying? No worries. That's okay. I just meant like because I got Diluc to C4, Hassan. I wanna die. However, so I obviously I lost my 50-50 and then Nahida I got her and then I won a 50-50 like immediately afterwards. You want a special sound alert, Mao? Well, yeah, you can definitely have one. Ai! Yaku! Yamete kudasai. He lost his 50-50 to Diluc 3 times. I mean, I've lost my 50-50 to Diluc now 5 times. Because mine's C5. Mao, if you can go find a sound on sound alerts, and it's not like copyright, or it's less than 15 seconds, you can add that as your song. It can't be an existing one though, it has to be a special one. Alright. This team is very scuffed, but it's okay. I still haven't really... I need to learn how to play Nahida properly. My little baby doing like her nothing damage. It's okay. We'll get you there, Nana. Ow. Imagine dodging. And you've got a hot stepper character like oh my god, that's so beautiful. Uh-oh! Shit. Fuck. I didn't think it was gonna move so quickly. This is the worst timeline. You don't know I look like a choked person? What the heck, Hassan? You can't just tell people they look like they're choked. Can we upload one? You have a Zhao song? Oh, you can actually. Whoop. Whoa, the thorns getting closer. That's interesting. Do I just splurge? Go boom. Oh. Her range is crazy. Whoa. Oh, you need Electro for this. Oh, I think I missed that earlier. Don't be sorry, be careful. Your voice is copyright because you're famous? You are? Oh my goodness, we're in the midst of a famous person here. Did you guys know? Because I 3 again, thank you. Alright. Ascend? At least I'm getting the crystals as well, because yeah, that was kind of I didn't want to fight the big chicken. So I was like, it's fine, I'll wait until the cube comes out and then obviously I'll fight the cube. You would never like to be a famous person? Yeah. Your life doesn't belong to you when you're famous. Okay. Now we need 8 of these! So 3 kills. 3 kills minimum, 4 kills maximum. This is fine though. This is why I'm streaming early today, because I was like, it's Nana day. Today is Nana day. You gotta go, Poppy. No worries, no worries. Have a good day. Have a lovely, lovely day, Poppy. We can watch this. I feel like watching it today.
那国王派遣第一位王储去黑暗之国寻找创世的珍珠。于是，第一位王储走上了珍珠的追寻之路，但他却被欺骗，忘记了自己的高贵，以为自己是黑暗之国的王。但是不必担心。 第二位王储已经上路了，这是你长路的祭行，这是你们的珍珠之歌。
So this is Venti speaking, right? And Venti knows every song, past, present, and future that's ever been sung, or ever will be sung. So I think Venti knows actually exactly what's going to happen. I think he already knows. He knows more than he's letting on. Venti. He knows. He knows who we are and where we're going. That's why he keeps popping up in every event. It's why we see him so often. Barbados the Bard. I'm very into the whole, you know, like, oh, is Xiangling's birthday today? Oh, blessed! What a fucking day! Actually blessed. And we got Fremos as well. Oh my goodness. Actual blessings. Thank you, mihoyo. Oh yeah, it was leveling things and... Alright, need to fight boss. Yeah. He knows something. But it's not for the player to know yet. Did I go... No, it's this way, right? Yeah. Not me getting distracted. I feel like I was saying something before and then I completely forgot. Anyway, today is Nana's day. Even though it's Xiangling's birthday, it's Nana day. Whoa. Sorry, Miko. Honestly, Miko's supposed to be my main DPS. I've started using her like in my Dendro group. I'll use her as the main like on-field damage. At least for Tinari and Traveler Dendro, like it doesn't make sense to have her off-field. So I've been having a bit more fun with her as a main DPS. I can get faster at that, I'm sure. This is fine though. What? I like how I dodged straight into that one. Come here, you. Okay. Dendro. Nana. And then... Are we all done? Oh, that one? Oh, it's hitting the main boss, that's why. I was like, why is it not phasing? So basically, we just bring that thing... We're actually not killing that. We're bringing it back to life, it seems like. Oh, I only got 2. Okay, this is fine, this is fine.
Epic_bubble SA screamed na 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 na, a song by My Chemical Romance.
Na 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 na. Haven't heard that song in a very long time. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, Liliana. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for the lurkies. Whee! Actually, how long is this? Yee! Yay, Nico! I actually have her and Tsunari in a team together. Oh, not anymore. I guess I cleared that group. But I was using her and Tsunari together and I was like, yes! My foxy babies. I love them. Looking cozy in that blanket. Thank you. It's a little bit chilly today. I'm doing alright. It's not respawned. Why am I like this? Why am I like this? Yeah, it's a bit chilly today. So we just hanging out. Why I have Fox in my name? All thanks to Yae? Oh, that's perfect then. And even the color of your name. Perfect. Yeah, the weather's a little bit poo-poo today. So I thought it's definitely blanky weather. Oh my god, my patience. My patience is empty. She's your favorite main apart from Kitching? You know, my favorites, I mean, Yaya is definitely, she's like the top 3. The other ones, Ito. He's so much fun to play because he literally just whacks things. And then Ayaya, because she make big freezies, and I'm a big fan of CCing the enemy and not being hit. So those are my 3 mains when people ask. Those are the 3 characters I enjoy playing the most. Yaya was actually the first Catalyst character that was like a DPS that I really enjoyed playing. Because before that I didn't really have, like, I mean, you know, there's Ningguang and Lisa, and you know, there's characters you can play as a main, but no more Tardy. Tardy hasn't been a main in a long time, Mal. I love him. Oh, how fucking impatient am I? Okay, I'm just gonna go sit at the waypoint for a bit because I just keep running back and forth. Fuck. Patience, don't know her. It's still respawning. Is it because I keep going to check on it? God damn it. I haven't played with Toddy. The last time I played with Toddy was actually recently in that other event. Just because I wanted to see if I could do the Riptide thing. It was a little bit harder than I thought. But yeah. Yaya's ban is where I lose my first 50-50. I'ma cry. No! So wait, do you not have Yaya yet? You still need to get her? I'm sending you my good jujus, okay? I won a 50-50. I lost my first one, but I won a 50-50 immediately. The 10 pull after for Nahida. And then I got another one immediately after that. So, oh, you missed her last ban. Okay, well, I'm sending you my good jujus. I'm sending my good jujus so you can get her. I don't think the thing will have updated yet to show you. But it took me ages. It took me ages to get was this the end of the polls? There's Nana. And there's Nana. So this was a 10 pull. And then this one was a 10 pull as well. So it was 2 back-to-back 10 pulls. I got Nana. And then the 10 pull before Nahida, I got Diluc. So this is me losing my 50-50. And then Nana. and Nana again on this page. So yeah. So my pity when I started was 2 because I pulled on on Kokomi's rerun, and and I had 2 pity. So I wasn't guaranteed, and my pity was 2. So it was pretty. I think it was pretty funny that I got Diluc again. So, but it's okay. GG's Hassan. Have you done the character trial? I haven't. I haven't. There's a lot of things I need to do, but I first want to get Nana to 90. So. Wow. I don't know. Does that do anything? The hyper blue. I don't know how the damage combo works for that. Oh, he's gone bouncy ball on my face. Wow, we killed him. Whoops. Sorry, homie. Look at her, look at her. Blessed. Ta-chang! Wow. I've saved up my raisons. For Nana. I wouldn't mind losing 50-50. Still haven't gotten Diluc Dean. Oh, maybe some other characters as well. Yeah, ooh! Hello! That's not bad! I don't know what I'm gonna use it for. I'm gonna lock it and forget about it, but you know, it's there now. I mean, because I've been playing for 2 years, like, I've lost a lot of 50-50s. So, for banner characters, or other off-banner characters, catching C2. Chi-Chi, C2. Jean is only C1. And Monas is also C1. But Diluc! Why? C4. He's trying to beat Ito to C6. That's basically what's happening here. He's just being a little shit. Oh, also, I wanted to check something. Hassan said my eyes were looking a little bit dead, so I'm gonna... Waku waku! We gonna waku waku now. Yeah. A little bit less lively scenario. Yeah, Tai Tai. I haven't. I rolled on his banner for him, but he hasn't come home on his own yet. He hasn't decided to make his way home, so it's fine. This is okay. He's standard now? Yeah. So I can only hope that he comes home at some point. I needed one more kill, hopefully. I pre-farmed the hell out of Nahida though. I had her ready for the Nilo banner actually, because I forgot Nilo was coming out. So I farmed her to hell and back. I did, Rich! And do you wanna see my streamer luck? Not shop. Do you wanna see my streamer luck? Because it was actually very stupid the way that the way that I got her. Oh, I don't know how I did that. I'll take it though. Fucking aces, mate. So you know streamer luck, right? I don't believe in streamer luck. I don't. But I want to show you. We started on 2 pity, right? Because the last 5-star I got was Kokomi. Kokomi-chan! Right? So this is where it started, right? We had 2 pity. We were not guaranteed. And then it took ages. And then we got Diluc, and I was like, fucking this motherfucker. My Diluc now is C4. I'm tired of his bullshit. God damn it. Why? You couldn't have given me Mona. I actually use Mona. No, I'm joking. I do use Diluc. I do like him. But he's trying to beat Ito to C6, and I can't accept that. Was it actually 79? Holy fuck. Holy fuck. But you know what? It took me 79 pulls to get Diluc. However, I got Nahida. 2 PT. And then, but wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. Nana! Double Nana all the way. That was early as fuck, and then she came back. Then she was like, wait. She forgot something. She had to come back. So, yeah. And then I pulled a little bit more, because I was like, I really wanted I really wanted one more Razor, because mine's C5. 2 and 13? Damn! Nana wants to be here. Nana wants to come home. You can see. She's in my blankie. She's home. She's happy. Oh, they're mowing the lawn. How loud is it? It's a little bit loud. Sorry, guys. They shouldn't take long, though. She's playing DDR. Can't hear it? You kinda can? Okay. It's like ASMR. Oh! She makes a cube. Oh. Basically, she plays a lot of VR games. That's what this looks like. My chibiest of chibs. I still can't believe we don't have Yao Yao. But here she is. She's adorable as hell. They're so cute. I can't wait to get the she has to play VR games. I know, but she's free now. That's why we had the Archon and Dendro welcome squad to bring her home. She's home now. It's okay. We're gonna make those sages pay. Can they come mow mine? I mean, I can ask them. Might take them a little while to get there. Nana! She needs a green Sealy, though. Don't you guys think that would suit her really well? Sweetie. There we go. That's adorable as hell. That's so cute, man. Her and her Sealy buddy. Nana. This sparks the most joy. I saw a picture. So you see how it kind of like dangles like that? I saw a picture where someone drew in a bunch of Aranara holding the strings up. But because like only children can see it. Oh, she stays on this for long. God damn. Because only children can see the Aranara, or those like pure of heart people. Like most people wouldn't see the Aranara. They just see the string, the strings going up. But yeah, the picture with the Aranara holding her up, I was just like, oh my heart. This is a very long idle animation. Holy shit. Is she just gonna stay like that until I move? Surely not. You lost to Jean at 51? Okay, that's not too bad. I mean, Jean's a really good character. If you use her, I guess. Oh my god. Everything about her is adorable. I'm gonna cry. Very angry. Oh, the sound is like angry cows. Gone are the days of angry birds. Ah, shit. Jean may be a good character, but I don't want to lose to her every single 50-50. I mean, fair. Can't fault you for that. Ah! I don't think Dendro helps very much in this fight, to be honest. It's needed, it's necessary. For shows. Ah! Went immune. How dare. Unbelievable. Fully believable. There's cows outside. This is a car farm! There's gonna be cows outside! I don't know what that's from, but I just keep hearing the audio. The audio for it. Is that one energized already? Oh gosh. Whee! Yeah, I don't use TikTok, but I've definitely heard it from TikTok videos. Like when Karens get mad about stupid shit. That's when they use that one. Ayo! We need to do it again, because that's not enough. That's okay. I'm trying to rethink this team. I think what I might do... we'll keep Nana in. But I'm gonna switch to one of my Electro supports. Oh, actually, one thing I wanted to do today, while I'm waiting for that thing to respawn, there's a bunch of characters I was delaying, but I'm pretty sure I'll have like way enough books for Nana. So Kokomi was one of them. What? Because I think I had like 700 books or something. And then we'll wish on these ones as well when we get them. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep fighting the same boss until we get Nana to 290. Because yeah, I took time off today. Just for Nana. Our goodest baby, Nana. I never know how long these things take to respawn. And it's not at the bottom of the list, which honestly would make sense. It's somewhere in the middle. But they should order it, or at least let you order it, so it's like, like all the cubes together, all the plants, the whopper flowers, the cheese. What else is there? There's lots of bosses that we fight. Yeah, I think the only ones that are really consistent would be the cubes and the whoppers. There's Electro Whopper, Dendro Cube. The rest of these are just like big boys. And then small boys. Let's see. Oh, there's machines as well, I guess. We have quite a few machines. Machine boss. Bossu. Machines, animals. There's like peoples as well, though. There's only one, technically. I hate this. I hate this boss. This is the worst boss. Fucking in the abyss made me want to cry. Honestly, the worst. Gave me the big ol' sad UAGs, that bastard. Fucking with my time, killing my characters. Like, bro, take a fucking chill pill.
雷光签到，在，蔓延吧。
Technically a robot? I mean, I guess, actually. Oh, he's a piece of shit, either way. Regardless of that fact. He's a piece of shit, and I hate him. And he made me so angry. So yeah. There's a new abyss to make you sad all over again. I know! Fuck, man. Oh, okay. That was entirely pointless, but it's okay. Go, Nana, go! Go, Nana, go! Am I filling that bar, or... Oh wait, it's not necessary. Oh, the Electro just speeds it up? Oh. I see, I see. I've been getting a lot of these. Quite happy about that. You don't ever touch your abyss? Rarely do your characters. I mean, Liliana, it's the only endgame content we have. So if you can't do it, if you don't want to do it, that's okay. Like, you really don't have to. I only recently started doing my abyss again because I'm just like, listen, I have so many characters that I've worked really hard on. I should be able to just do it, but I, like, for a long time convinced myself that I couldn't do it, which is stupid, right? Don't tell yourself that you can't do it. If anyone doubts themselves, just be like, no, stop it, because you can do it. You just gotta put your mind to it. 69. Almost AR. Damn. I mean, listen, Liliana, I wasn't doing my abyss for a long time. So I have no excuse. You don't have 8 team. Yeah, so yeah, having 4 characters, I found that one thing that's really easy for me to play is if I have my Geo team. So I have Ito, Zhongers, and then I use Beini Bokien and Goro. I'll use them all together. And this team can cope well regardless of the element. The only time I can't use my Geo team is when I need a hard counter for a type, like if there's a shield or whatever. That's the only time I won't use Geo. So my Geo team can kill anything, provided it doesn't need a hard counter for an element. And if it does, my Dendro team. So before I was using Kokomi, Yaimiko, I was using Kale, but I recently found that Dendro Traveler is really good and actually not too bad to play. And then Tai Tai as well. So they do pretty well. The only thing they can't counter well is Cryo, because there's no reaction with Cryo. However, I have Electro on the team and Hydro, so they cover my bases pretty well. So I have one team that's pretty good at hard countering, and then the other team, which is not, but does big damage. So if I fight things like the mechanical bosses, the robots, yeah, or like them puppers, them stone puppers, or any boss that doesn't need like a CC or like a break bar. If the boss doesn't have a break bar and it just needs to get wailed on, Geo is really good for that. So that's how I do it. But take your time. If you're only AR 44, you don't need to worry about Abyss too much. I would say go as far as you can go, and that's enough. Wailed on. And the people who know. Listen, the only wailing I'm gonna do is for C6. I will wail for C6 Ito. I can't not, right? He got to C4 all on his own. I owe him that much to wail for his C6. So next time his banner comes around, I'm gonna wail because he deserves it. He came home, his weapon came home. Like the universe is screaming to me that Ito belongs here on this account. So Nana as well now. Nana wants to be here. This is her spot. Nana's vision pops like next to her ear. That's interesting. Anyway. Ayaka and Keqing? Yes! Oh, Ayaka. She's such a good character. Before Dendro, I was running a Geo team and a Freeze team. It made it a little bit difficult. I had to be very careful with how I... Oh my god, she's so cute. I had to be careful with which teams I used in which ways, in which floors and stuff. But yeah, I was using a Freeze team, Liliana. My Freeze team is one of my favorites to play. You know I mentioned Ayaka earlier? I'll show you now. You're wailing hard for C3 Aya and her weapon. Ah, I don't know her constellations actually. But my Freeze team, it's like an easy team to play. It's one of my comfort teams. So Kokomi, she recently got added. Xingqiu, Rosaria will be replaced by Shinhe in the future. And then Ayaya. This whole team was built for Ayaka. Yeah, very, very good character. She's a massive carry. I hope I can get constellations for Ayaka in the future. Because her com's actually really good. She deserves it. Ah! Well, I would say get her. And then if you want, get her weapon. Then go for her comms. But I don't really roll on weapon banner. It's not really something that I want to do. I've done it once. I got Ito's banner, or Ito's weapon in a 10 pool, and then I was like, okay, I'm done. And that's the only weapon banner that I've rolled on. Everything else has just been a standard banner, so it's a little bit annoying, but I really wanted this for Ito because that 88% crit damage is pretty good. So yeah, yeah, I just have, these are all from standard banner, and then this is the one weapon banner. So my Aya is currently using Witsith. Witsith, I'm not too sure how good this is for her. I considered recently about swapping her to another weapon. I just can't think which one it was. Because yeah, I wasn't too sure how good it was for her. People seemed unsure about the randomness of these buffs that you get from the songs that play, the aria, interlude, and I don't know how to pronounce the first one, recitative. Yeah, because it's inconsistent, right? It's hard to gauge the actual strength of the weapon and the buffs that it gives. It's her best 4-star. Yeah, it is. Out of the options that we do have, it is her best option. But yeah, people seem unsure about the... Maybe wait till second half of the patch and then pull for Yaya weapon. I would say definitely like get one and then only pull for cons after. Someone needs to tell Sarah she's a support. Hi Gyarados fan! Hello, hello! Hi Nappy Balls. Would free up Witsith use. Would you use Witsith on Nana? I guess it can be good for her. What is the rotation and or playstyle for Nana? I like how everyone's just going along with me calling her Nana. No questions asked. I've been lurking. Cupcake! Is that why you threw something at my face now? Because you've just been lurking and you're like, ha! She is Nana now. Yes, she is Nana. Don't know why I clicked on that, but anyway, this is fine. We can ascend? Oh no, we just did ascend. We need to fight more. Okay, this is fine. Just got home from shopping. Oh, with your birthday money. What did you get? If you want to share with us. Tell us what did you get? Was it your birthday today, Gyarados fan? Because if yes, then happy birthday. Happy day of birth. It's your birthday. Happy. Actually, let's go happy. We make like... oh, I didn't turn off the totem thing. Whoopsie! We make like... this one. And... this one. And... this one. And... this one. Your birthday was yesterday. Woo! Happy birthday for yesterday! I hope you had an amazing one, and I hope you got some fantastic things with your money. You got a little cat statue. Oh, that you wanted for the longest time. I love when you can buy something that makes you happy, something you've wanted for a while, and you have the chance to get it. Kira balls. Hassan, what? On-field Dendro for Electro and Burning Cons. Oh. Official Milo. So my comp, I'm gonna be running probably Traveler. This is gonna be my team, so we are going Electro. Solar Pole and Witsith. I'll keep Solar Pole on her for now because my Yaya is using Witsith, so I think that's fine. Oh, Gyarados fan's name is Kira. Oh. But why the balls? Okay. I have catching, but I don't use her. I've heard she's pretty good. I think Jargon mentioned to me that people were using her with Dendro, but I'm gonna use Yai. And makeup. And a pop figure! Oh shit! She's quite flexible. Oh wait, I did read that. Okay. Kira Balls is my nickname. It's also an emote of my favorites. In the shape of a golf ball. Oh! Very interesting. There's an itty bitty chibi. Itty bitty baby chibi. Nana-chan. Oh wait, I was doing this one. Where's this little grass cube? He's ready. Oh! I see. Okay. Well, I'm on the same page now with the with the memes, the dank memes. Is it okay if I call you Kira? Look at them itty bitty little leggies. She's on a fucking mission to go slap a cube. Let's go, Nana. I can't wait to put the green wings on her. They're gonna look so beautiful. I wonder, did I do my bounties and stuff this week? You've been consolidating resources for ages? Oh, for Yae? That's good. That's good. Oh, I forgot I swapped out my... Damn it. Just does no damage because she's she's Dendro. Oh, poor baby. Wah! Oops. I done goofed. But yeah, this is probably the comp I'm gonna roll with. It's the one that I have the most fun with, I think. I need to farm. Oh, I have so many characters who need that, you know, that black set, the gilded dreams or something. So yeah, finally unzipping. Oh, the update. I was like, wow. Excuse me. What do we unzipping? Should I even be asking? Oh no, I didn't realize I could do that the whole time. But anyway, don't please. Don't please. It's too early in the day to be unzipping things. My dog is supposed to sleep next to me. I think I still need like 1 or 2 more fights, right? Wait, 7? Did I only get 2? God damn it. You're comfy in a blanketed joggers? Oh, blessed. Blessed. I'm in jams and I got my blankie as well. Because it's cold as fuck today. Hi Kay, pull for C6. Kay, I already got C1. Hey, jam. Where's she? I got C1, Kay. I won't be pulling for C6 though. Only 5 more to go. Streamer luck? Yeah, there's definitely streamer luck. I don't guys, I need to save for Shenhe, I need to save for Baiju, I need to save for Kabe, I need to save for Yao, I need to save for reluctantly Alhaitham. Don't really want him, but he's Denver squad, so I need him. You need to save more for Miko. Everybody wants the foxy mama. Why it take so long? Oh, that's interesting. There's significant deviations in behavior between this being and the other elemental hypostases, though no one has yet produced a reliable conclusion as to why this is the case. The nation of knowledge, the nation of wisdom, of studies, of academia, can't figure out why it's different. I mean, definitely all the other cubes want to fucking murder you. But this one, we just seem to be bringing it back to life and like restoring it. I'm not too sure. I'll say I save, but I either don't play or spend the wishes. No! Liliana, you need to play another gacha to help you not spend. So I play Cookie Run. I play Cookie Run Kingdoms, and because the devs of that game are very generous with like free currency, it helps with not pulling. You tried Tower Fantasy? Yeah, but Tower Fantasy is so money hungry. That's not gonna help you save. That's not gonna help you. Ah! Melody! Chillin' with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken macaroni. Chillin' with the homies. Welcome, homies. Chicken macaroni. Chillin' with the homies. Welcome. How was your stream, Melody? What were you playing? Let's do a oh, okay, Joggin did it. Thank you, Joggin! Of course you were playing Genshin. Of course. Did you roll for Nana? Did you get her? How you doing? So, actually, guys, I want to share with you. So, Melody, obviously, also a streamer, plays the Genshin Impacts. In fact, she plays a lot of things. You got her! You got the BB! You got the team! Nana! Is she not going to be the cutest to take pictures of? She's busy playing DDR over here. Dan! Hello, Dan. Welcome, welcome. Congrats to all of those people of Nahida Nation. Welcome. Here's another one to join Nahida Nation. She swings for a long time. She does, Milady. She does. She swings forever. You also said DDR. It is though. So look, it's DDR, yeah. But if you hold it, she's using like 3D paint, yeah. She's drawing something. So she's all about them VR games, you know. Milody actually shared. Wait, I want to share with you guys. Milody is also on Twitter. I want to show you guys. She shared something, a chest actually, that I thought was really useful, and I need to go and look for it myself. It's oh no! Oh yeah! Why do you sound worried? I think I shared it last night because I was like, don't forget, go do this thing, and I just need to find it. Did I? I think I posted it on my Discord. I didn't share it on the tweeters, but I posted it on my Discord because I was like, this is good. Where? Thank you for the head pads. I posted it in Genshin Impact. Yeah. Where is it? Yeah. I'll post it in the chat. But there's a chest. Milody posts stuff on Twitter all the time, and she's like, "Hey, look, there's this thing," and I'm like, "What the fuck is this?" So yeah. You guys can go check her out. She posts the things. She posts a lot of ranting about not having Diluc. Actually, Milady, can I show you? Can I show you? The audacity of this man? Please? My pity was 2 when I started this morning. I'm sorry! My pity was 2 when I started this morning. Nahida was like, I'm here, hello! But first, at 79 pity, I got Diluc. Again, he's C4 now. Milady, please save me from this man. Please. I'm tired of him. Come take your man. Take him and go. I'm tired. I'm very tired. I'm done with him. Anyway, and then at 2 or 3 pity, I got this one, and then at 13, I got another Nahida. Where was she? Over here. So that was my pulls today. Completely unintended. I wanted to get another razor, and Nahida was like, no, it's my turn. It's been 2 years. I'm so sorry. Melody, my heart is crying for you because I apparently have taken all of your Dilucs. I've had 5 now. And I'm just like, please, can someone else have him for a change? Give me a Monas. I don't use the other characters, but I'll take them. Monas or Chichi. I use Mona. Mona would be cool. It's okay if it's me. No, I want you to have one. Honestly, I have a lot of friends who want him, and I wish I could just give you a spare one. You took my Mona? You have C4? Oh, you don't want more Mona. I do really enjoy playing with Mona. She's a pretty cool character. Ah, thank you for the mod love, Liliana. You got Diluc in your first 50-50? Yeah, I lost my first 50-50 on Venti banner. The first banner. Never got... Ooh! Never got Venti, never got Klee. But, yeah, so... Diluc has been with me since the 2nd week of playing this game. So yeah, that's cool, I guess. But anyway. I can't remember what I was saying. Oh yes, the link that I posted for the Twitter post, I'll just post it again. There we go. So Melody posts some sneaky things, some tricksy things. Did you ever, Melody, did you ever find the froggy chest? I'll show you the froggy chest after this. Oh, I thought I changed teams. Whoops. Nope, I'm just an idiot. It's okay. We're all a little bit dumb sometimes, yeah? Just for me, but sometimes it's pretty... There's a froggy chest! There's a froggy chest! Oh, I have to show you. It's the cutest thing. It makes my heart sing. Oh yeah. This is why I need to farm that other set. Wear damage, please, Pico. Yay, chong. What? Imagine getting hit as Yae. No dodge. No beaches.
雷光凄美啊！月令骤击，月令。嘿，嘿，哎呀，别担心。骤击，月令。嘿，好，哼，嘿，嘿，哼，嘿。骤击，哼，月令。嘿。
Oh! The fox went straight past it. Did I not hit this one? Oh! There we go. It took you 20 minutes to get in there? Oh my goodness. Yeah, it did seem a little bit bullshit, the thing that you had to do. Why do your eyes still look dead? They do? I put the sparklies in it to make it look a little bit less dead. I can even change... Oh, I can make it brighter. Or I can make it yellow, like Nahida's. Then we got the waku waku going on. I think it's just the model's eyes. I can make them round like this, which looks a little bit more creepy. We can have sleepy eyes, mad eyes, sad eyes. Hee hee. I don't know, is that a little bit better? Sometimes when it's silent, it's just staring into my soul. Yeah, so the one problem, this software that I'm using, it doesn't have like a lot of expressions. So like, yeah, I guess that's part of the problem. Sleepy eyes? Should I have sleepy eyes? Like so? Or like this one? You like it? I'm glad. I quite like this one. It's fun to play around with. One of my favorite features is like this, being able to play around with this stuff. What? Oh, I need to choose. It's behind my hair. Can't see him. Cause yeah, I don't know how to do this with the 3D models. There's jargon. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. You can just stick out the side there. I don't know how to do this with the 3D models, but this program I'm using is like really cute and fun to play around with. But if the sleepy eyes a little bit better. Wah! Oh, you're using the same program, Melody. Wait. If you don't know how to do that, then wait, let me show you. Cause yeah, it's very cute. It's very cute. Let's see. Display capture. All right, so I was actually showing my people. Don't look at the legs. Don't look at my legs. It's forbidden. If you go to the star at the... Oh wait, my face is blocking it. There we go. If you go to the star at the end, you can upload PNGs. So like, you go here, and then... oh, I put my Nahida emote there, but... Oh, that's still emotes. I have this Vitedo, and then I have like a bunch of different assets. These are all like free things. So like, there's a really cute blankie I got. Maybe I can show you this one. Oh wait, I already had it uploaded. And then you attach it to something. So if I attach it to my hair, it will then like move when my hair moves. So wherever you attach it, it'll have the same physics. So if you want it to wobble, attach it to your hair or something else that wobbles. You can change the size. So you can like put your friends on your hair. Oh yeah, actually I can add this for you, Melody. Let's see. This one. Where did I put it? Oh, it's not under emotes. Is it under stream? No.
最近八
Maybe
重堂穿越意
overlays?
识的小说也太多
Kayla.
了，
Chibis?
就对自己的世界如此不满吗？
This one. Wow, so big. Wow. He's a big boy. Yeah, so it's really fun to play with. And then he can sit on my head. So this is art I had commissioned of Diluc. He's sit on my head. He can sit there now for the rest of the stream. His head's cut off. Wait, I need to...
很多人的一生写于纸上也不过几行，
Whoa!
大多
My
都是
head's
些
just
无
doing
聊
its
的
own
故
thing
事
over
啊。
here. And then, yeah, so you can control the size and the orientation, so you can swizzle him around. And then you can choose where, like, which layer he sits in. So I'm gonna have him sit at the back. Like so. But, yeah, maybe I'll have him peek in over my one ear like this. This is a clusterfuck of notes currently. There's just a lot going on here. Yeah, Senjin, it's actually a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to play with. So I was just, oh, don't look at my wallpaper. My wallpaper wasn't Nilo. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Did I claim? I did, I hope. Anyway. But yeah, guys, it's lots of fun. It is a free app. Okay, so hold on, wait. Let me actually post it in the chat. So it was sent to me by Azzy. Azzy sent it to me, and then I was like, yes. I gave it a try because it was a free one. So she just sent me the Twitter link to the post, which this was in when I use it. Well, I mean, yeah, they're still, it's in alpha, so they're still like doing updates and stuff. But they, like, what they've done so far is amazing. When I have a chance, I want to support them on Patreon because, like, so far this VTuber thing has only sparked joy. No frustrations, no negativity, only joy. So I really want to support them when I can. But yeah, so there you can download. There's the download link. Their Patreon's there. Everything's there. It's, yeah, it sparks joy, basically. And there's cool stuff that you can do in it as well. So, bunk. Yeah. The custom things are a great addition. Yeah, it's nice. Because I don't know how to do this kind of stuff with a 3D model. I don't even know if it's possible, but now I can do it with this 2D model. And she's really cute as well. So as much as I love 3D Vitato... No! Cupcake! Go away, expose! Please, give me peace, sir. Don't perceive my Nilo wallpaper. Y'all for nothing, man. Also, my dog's been asleep. It's been an hour and a half now. My dog has been asleep this entire time. You don't want peace, you want problems always. I can tell. I can tell, Cupcake. I'm gonna start calling you Llama Llama again. Also, if I missed anyone's messages, apologies. But yes, that app is really cool. And Melody, thank you again for the raid. Much love, and congrats on your Nana. Did you make posts? I didn't. I didn't. It's okay though, like... Should I still make posts? Should I go make a post now? Because I can. I just need to go... We'll go make a quick post on the Twitter. We'll make a quick on a Twitter and on a Instagrams. I don't know how many people actually like see those posts though. Like obviously people see them, but does it actually make people? Nahida. Yeah, does it actually make people like join? I don't know how many people actually join from those things. So I always wonder. What's the point? What's the point of it all? Ba, 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 ba. Oh, my dog just woke up.
于我而言，不变也是一种美好。哎呀，可尘世哪是如此不变之物？
Cozy stream. Because we all in blankies today. Fuck the weather. Fuck this shit. Bam. Okay, we did it. Where's my pat on the head?
很多人的一生，
Guy's being
上也
cute.
不过几行，
He does this
大
thing
多
where
都
he
是
like...
些无聊的故事。
Thank you. He does this thing where he like rubs his face. But then also like kicks his legs out. And he's doing it now. It's adorable. Hey! Senjin! Doste. Why you hit me? Why am I ping so bad? It's over 200 current. Oh my god, it's 220. Oh my god.
正经，长岛恢宏，
Oh, that was too soon. God damn it.
沧海之日。哎，我们走吧。
That's fine. I'm gonna fight this boss for Nana and then never again. No, I'm joking. I'm probably gonna have to fight it for literally every other Dendro character that comes out. Can we get a Dendro Whopper flower though, please?
很差劲。令令，正经，令令，雨姨，帮帮忙。
I should be fighting this with you. Ah, I didn't think to ask because it's so early in the day. My brain was like, no, Jockin's working. So it didn't occur to me.
不回。呀，
I think Sarah still needs to be informed she's supposed to be support.
雷闪。
Oh, that's wrong character. Oh, did I take too long? Is there... What? I'm confused. I was doing work to make it look like I'm semi-useful. Oh my goodness. Thank you.
NNED, more channel points.
Thank you, Peanut. How are you doing today? How many did I need? Let's go. Let's go. Nana. That's done. We can go and use these bad boys. Probably not gonna, it's probably just gonna be blues to be honest, but it's okay. Okay, so once Nana is 90, I'm gonna level up whoever else I have left that I need to level. Yeah, that makes sense. How you doing, Peanut? I hope you're having a good day. Na 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 na. Nana. If it's Diluc, I'm gonna cry. Wait, what? Thank you. 12 months.
Misaki51 LOVE.
How you doing, cutie? No, my Diluc has been 90 for a long time. He's there already. He's been there. Oh, the pulls? Oh no, please don't curse me. Milady, please. Did you just curse me? Please don't. Take that back. I thought you meant leveling to 90. I was like, no. It's just gonna be blues though. I got very lucky before. Please don't take... No, take it back. Took it... You see. There we go. It's fine. We're good. I got very lucky a while ago on this banner. I don't remember how long ago it was. But... I got... Kaching. And Skyward Spine. And Primordial Jade's Winged Spear. In those 15 pulls, so... I've used up my luck. I don't remember who the last one was before that. Oh, no more? No more history? We don't know. We'll never know.
Got it!
Hey, you guys started a hype train. What the heck? Thank you. You don't have to look either? Oh my goodness. Yeah, you see, I have all of them. Hey! Money. Thank you for the gift, Subby. Thanks, Jargon. You wanted the Fire Lady, but you ended up with 3 razors. Wait, which Fire Lady? Which Fire Lady? Oh, hold on. Need help, buddy? Alright. Sorry about that. Sky just needed help getting up. Oh, Yoimiya! I see. Look at my baby. Ain't she just the cutest little stinker? You want Yae? Yes. Luck to all the Yae wanters. May her jiggle physics bless you. Okay, she doesn't have much, but I hope they bless you. I hope they bless you all the same. Alright, I needed to run away. So we can boop it once more. Alright, you got your 1 Deluk, it's all you need. You know what? I thought so too, Rich, but then he just kept coming home and I was like, well... Hey! Peanuts. Let's see. Yeah, I have luck in the worst kind of way. Melody, when I got Ito, he came home twice as a guarantee, but then he came home 3 times to beat a 50-50. And
Got it!
Hey! Thank you. Ooh, hello? Instant. I don't know what it is. Thank you for the gift subby to Rich. Thank you, Dragon. So yes, he came home twice as a guarantee, and then he came home 3 times to beat the 50-50. So let me, before I accept the friendship thing, I just want to put Nana in the teapot. I have one cookie. No constellations. Oh, I can never find her. No constellations. Because on Ito's rerun, he was like, nah. Cookie was like, oh, boss, you go. I didn't get any cons for Cookie. In 160 pulls, I got him to... He was already C1. I got him to C4. I got no Cookie. None. Cookie said no. But Ito, she was like, boss, go. Go. So boss came home. But no Cookie come home. Where my Cookie? Melody, do you have my Cookie? Give Cookie, please. I need. She's got no cons. None. Ito is gonna hit C6 before she does. What is this bullshit? The audacity of this man. Melody. You steal my Cookie. Prepare to die. Prepare to die. You got Cookie recently? Yeah, I got one of her. I got one of her. It's time, Toma. You're no longer housewife. Instead, we're gonna have 2 itty bitty chibi BBs sitting outside, just enjoying the garden.
Got him!
Hey! Ben! Oi! You gifted a subby to TK. Oh, that's so sweet of you. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, thank you. How are you doing? There's my itty bitty chibi BBs enjoying the garden. Hi, Nana. Oh my god, she just waved at me. Ah! I need to go cry now because that was so cute. I didn't know they did that. Oh my god, did they always do that? Because I don't remember them ever doing that. I'm...
Got him!
Jaggin, no! You... Oh my god, you didn't gift a sub to Tank of all people. Are you trying to start a battle? Oh my god. You starting a war here? Someone's gonna die because you did that. Still rocking the no keyboard? Wait, what? You don't have a keyboard? Oh, I 6'9". And it was 12 months? Oh my god, Joggin. Now Tank can't tell me I suck for a year? Oh, what? That's the trolliest troll. Oh my god, Joggin, why? There's a rivalry between Joggin and Tank. Oh my god, thank you. But also, I can't believe you've done that to Tank. He's gonna block you. For a whole year, he's just gonna be like, nah, son. Nah. Block. He can't ban you, but he can block you. I can't believe you've done that. Oh my goodness. Oh! Hello? I just got booted. He's busy with his spawn. With his baby Tank. I don't know. Did something break? Is we getting apologems? Where? Where's my update? You're in Europe too? Yeah. Add me. I play EU. EU is my main account. Please add me. I have friends. I mean, I have spaces for friends because I don't have friends. Yeah. You guys can add me. You can add me. I have spaces. The only time I won't add people, or like if I remove people, is if they're inactive, or like I really don't know who they are. We're not friends? Yes, we are, Spec. What do you mean? We are friends. That's why you're on my friends list. You got a verifying file. Oh, this. Mine's also verifying now. Oh, he meant as people? No, we're friends as well as people. Ah! Spec! You don't need to buy my friendship.
The underscore Spectre screamed 100 biddies.
The underscore Spectre. So you're the Spectre of underscores. Thank you for the biddies. Friend, you don't have to you don't have to buy my friendship. It's okay. We are friends. We are friends. I was making a memes. It's okay. But thank you for the biddies. Hey, Joggin. Thank you for the subby for Spec. Yeah, I guess maybe something was broken, so they just had to fix it quick. Do we get apologems for that? Interrupting my gameplay, interrupting my stream. Spectre, don't use a I can't believe you've done this. You used a free emote. Hey! No!
The underscore Spectre screamed.
No!
400 biddies. Are we friends?
Yes! Yes, we are. We haven't met, but we're friends. The hat's on the bits. Yeah, it's very silly. There's Melody. There's also her Twitch link. She streams. She raided us earlier. That now I must test. No, 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 no. That was all your biddies. Thank you, friend. You don't have to buy my... You're already my friend. Look, look, look. Your name is at least your name, so I think I didn't have to... Yeah. There he is. There's a speck. A popper hat. Oh!
Jargon 1674
Oh, it's because
screamed.
it's animated.
100 biddies. Popper hat.
No popper hat for you. Sorry, Jargon. But thank you for the biddies. Thank you, friend. Keep your biddies. Put your biddies in your pocket. It was just a hat? Yeah. You only have 2 friends? Well, if anybody needs more friends, I know especially for events, like it kind of sucks. But there's Papa T. Ritsu-sama, Ducky Axe, Lama Lama, Saskinkai. Jeez, guys, the level 4 hype train. Thank you, thank you. What was it? It's not showing me the thing. It's like really slow. 18 subs and 600 biddies? Thank you. You got a choo-choo as well. Yeah, so if you guys want to share, so I know on my Discord we have a channel for the UIDs. So if you want to add, if you aren't in the Discord, if you want to join, we have like a channel. We have a channel for Genshin, so like we post all the updates, like if we want to share things with each other, memes, if there's codes that we can share, like Jargon. I think Jargon posted a code earlier today. I posted Melody's post earlier. Yeah, if you want to add me, if you haven't added me yet, I have 8 spaces left, so I still have space if anyone wants to add me. There's Kay, there's Rich, Misaki. I don't know who Eris is, but they've been my friend since the beginning, so I've always had them. They live rent free in my back pocket. Candy, Red Horizon, Melody, there we go. Also this person, I don't know who they are, but they also, I've had them as a friend since the beginning of the game, so they're always there. Sydney, this is another South African streamer. He's actually really cool. He does tournaments, he does like events and stuff. There's his Twitch, so it's Sydney Mar, Z-A, Sydney Mar. I don't know how to say that correctly, but in any case, he's very cool. He's very nice. Johnny's also a streamer. Friends for bits.
Screamed.
Oh my goodness.
200 biddies.
Ben,
Friends
no.
for bits?
No.
Nice.
No. We just friends anyway. We don't pay for friends. That's something else entirely different. Well, this person's got no name. But him, so that's cool, I guess. He has no name. Sometimes people's names. No funny names today. Anyway. We don't pay for friends here. We're all just friends anyway. As long as you're nice to each other. But yes, Discord. You can add me on Genshin. Yeah, words. I don't remember what I was saying. But yeah, there's a channel for the UIDs. So if you guys want to go post your UIDs there, you can add some peoples. Like, there's a lot of South Africans. I have a lot of South African friends. Because we all play on EU, right? Most South Africans will play on EU. There's some that will play on NA. Because they hate having good ping. And there's some that hate having good ping even more, and so they play on Asia instead. But yeah. You had no idea so many Southers play Genshin? Been living in a crate. Oh yeah, Rich! I mean, I'm AR60, so obviously I've been playing for a long time. But yeah, there's a lot of people who play. There's a... You want to join for the cube? Yeah. Come. We do together. Join. So, South African. Beamby! Welcome, Beamby. Liliana, you gonna join? Come. I still need quite a lot, actually. You guys can bring whatever the fuck you want. I'm gonna bring Miko, though. I still need a lot for my cheapster. Where is she? Alright, she's a higher level. There she is. So I still need 20, so I'm gonna do it a couple times. 50%. Alright, no worries. We can just podcast for a little bit. You're also verifying? You just added... Okay, so Misaki's also South African. If you guys are looking for like South African friends specifically, or if you just want more friends. Candy Rock, Spectre, Jargon's. Also, Jargon's got an EU account, so he joins us as fucking Binby. Misa, Rich, Kay? I don't know if Kay is South African. They're sweet anyway. Let's see who else there's Adam. I don't know if his code is there. Bubble, Nia. There's another South African player. I don't know. This it does show their UID. Ah, there's Your Doodles as well. There's a lot of South Africans. How the fuck do you get in this cave? Okay, let me show you, Peanut. You see this waypoint that's right next to it? This waypoint. Okay. And then you just go right here. And then there's the tunnel to go down. So it's all good. It's easy breezy, lemon squeezy. You can get down there. No sweat, no worries. Did you get it, Peanut? Did you see? Shout if you need more help. Peanuts, do I have you? What? Whose voice is that? Was that Oz? Oz. Melody's using Zhongli's profile picture because she doesn't have Diluc. You have friends, Nika? It helps so much because there's some you know what I do have though? Oh, is she gonna flex on me? You gonna flex? You gonna flex, Melody? Oh! Is she gonna play music for us? Oh. Whoa. Okay, I can't do that. Whoa! Your stream's buffering. I can show you. Diluc, come home. Oh my goodness. You're summoning him. You updated the table because you're a nerd. The table? Yeah, I can't do that, Melody. I can't. But let me show Peanut again. Yes, Beck. My friend who doesn't have to buy friendship. It's here. So Peanut, this one. This one. This is a waypoint. Yeah? You literally just walk off the edge. You just go behind it. The cube is in that direction. There's the waypoint. You just walk off. You go. Bam! You see there's a little path that leads in. There's the cave. Does she have a keyboard thingy music player? What? You don't know if you want Nahida? You got the waypoint? Okay, perfect. I'm trying to think. I need to get hurt for Homer. Someone slap me. Okay. Set the weed on fire. You want Yae? Oh my goodness. Wow, stinky bots. Thank you, Dragon. But you got Nilo? Oh, damn it. No, now I'm on fire. This is Zhongli harassment. You got Nilo by accident. Oh no! Wait, didn't Misaki also say that she got Nilo by mistake? What's up with people accidentally getting Nilo? What the heck? Guys. Listen, I don't know. Do you guys want Nahida? Do you want Nahida? I'm part of Dendro Nation, in case you didn't notice in my profile there. It says Dendro main. Almost a Dendro domain, but it's Dendro main. I'm a Dendro main. So yeah. If you have Nilo, you may as well get Nahida. Oh yeah, that's true. Your Dendro homies aren't built? Oh, that's fine. Neither are mine, technically. Should I bring, I mean, none of my Dendro characters are really that good. But I'll bring Nana. We'll have itty bitty Nana. Why are you so small? It's a itty bitty Nana. Are we still waiting for Liliana? How's it looking? Whoa! Whoa! I always forget about that thing. Where is it? Where's the boom booms? There we go. So cute. Almost. Okay. I like her moves. You like the... I would say... So she's getting a rerun, like, kind of early next year. So if you don't get her now, I wouldn't be too worried. Grandpa must push the swing. Definitely. Push the swing, Grandpa. Not like that. Don't stab Nana. What the heck, man? Without context, that bit was suspicious. Hi, Chris. Sussy as fuck. She stays on the swing forever, though. Like, ah! I wonder. Oh, I guess with latency, maybe it would be very difficult. But if you could coordinate all your nanas to DDR at the same time. You added. Okay. Perfect. Let's go. Let's go, Lily. Lily-chan. Cheap squad. Get in here, Lily. Sayu is the true Animo Archon. I agree. We need a electro cheap to be the electro Archon, and then a geo cheap to be geo Archon. Oh, your world level! Ah, sorry. Oh, I didn't even realize. Ah, shitty TVs. Alright, well, I think let me switcheroos then, and then I'll bring Yainko. Sorry, Lily. What is your level? Oh wait, you said you were 40, 44. Ah, butts. Sorry, Lily. Sweetie. We even spoke about your level earlier and then I completely forgot. Typical Tato. No brain. No brain, Tato.
去，丽丽。
天理长驱。
Straight up, Melody just throws the meatball on the thing. Fuck this cabbage, man.
去，丽丽。
不可贸然进攻。
Whee!
迷坚不摧。
Did the things not hit? They didn't. Okay, cool. That's fine. Well, I didn't want them to hit anyway, so, you know, this is okay. Moral support, you're just here to be our cheerleader. It's okay. If anybody else needs materials for Nana, you want to join, we do have one more spot. Wah! The audacity, Chris. How are you doing today, Chris? You didn't lock yourself out of your house again, did you? Wow, why is my ping so high? It's like 230. God damn. Oh, I did my bounties, but I haven't done my requests yet. Nice. Hi, Yoda! Hello, hello! Look, we got the team! What's poppin'?
Don't mind me just watching.
Thank you, Spec. It's 3:41. Wait, what? What? What did I say? Did I say something weird? Oh no, my time. Not my time. The ping. You got the C5. Yoda, I'm sorry. Yoda, can I flex on you? I'm gonna ask for consent first if I can flex on you. You also got gened? I got deluxe, that's why he's on my head. Flex away. Let's go. Let's go, Yoda. Pain. Yes. Did we all get gened? I didn't get gened. I got deluxe. But don't look, don't look, don't look, don't look. Close your eyes, close your eyes. You see nothing. Look away, look away, look away. You don't see nothing. You don't see nothing. You don't see nothing. Okay, okay. Yoda, this was number 79. I got 79. Deluxe at 79. Oh, it was on stream as well. Your pain was recorded. I'm sorry, Yoda. But it's 79. Just to get Deluxe. The audacity of this game. It knows no bounds. Anyway. Immediately afterwards, Nana came home. So either I get it really late or I get it really early. There's no in between. And then, once more, onto the breach, my friends. Nana came home again. Oh, this was like number 13, I think. So she won her 50-50 and came home very quickly after that. So yeah. I'm pretty happy with that. I also now have 599 of these star glitters. Which translates to... I almost have 120 pulls. I'm missing one star glitter to have 120 pulls. But yeah. This is fine. And then what? I have 37 left. And I still have all of my my crystals. Oh shit, my friends are waiting. Ah! What is happening in the chat here? Sorry guys, I was AFK in the brain. What is going on here? Hello brother, I'm running away with Traveler. Enjoy. I feel like I missed something there for sure. y'all having a reenactment, a little skit there. Look at that stinky cube. What is it doing? Why does it look like that? Doing some sussy shit? A Kamisato moment? Of course you sit over there, you bastard. Stinky cabbage. the melody special. Melody meatball. So how do you use Nahida? Well, currently I don't, really. But I'm going to be using her probably on field. Here's my moral support. Fucking Bindi. And now we just wait, I guess? Oh wait, it went off again? Why does it do that? I'm so confused. Yes. Okay, I still need to go many times, so it's okay. We're gonna be here for a while. What did I... What did we... What? What is going on here? If I rub my socks on the ground, I can make Electro. What? Jagan, be careful. I somehow managed to do that. Oh, it's Nahida and Grandpa. Ayaka, please. We're having a moment here. Fucking Vindi, mate. Ah! And now we got Venti to push the swing. You just look like a creepo standing behind me though, Bimbi. Oh shit. I'm forever gonna have a little red exclamation by my characters. You wanna join? Yes, 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 yes. Come, Yoda, come, come. Get in here. Protect. You have to bring... You can only bring,
Excuse me!
Ah! Is it Banksy? Thanks? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. You'll bring Raiden? That's what I was trying to say, Yoda. The words are difficult. Every time I'm trying to find Nahida in the character menu, and she's not in my party, I think she's dead. Because the lack of color. Oh, yeah, she is. She does look very grey. Look at the little chipsa. She's so cute. I just want to... Because we're all using the same one, the fancy bob. There's no weapons that suits her aesthetic better, is there? Not really. This one could. It's a bit too bluish green. Yeah, I said it right? Okay, perfect, perfect. How you doing? You play Genshin as well? It's like a bluish green. Yeah, I don't have one that suits her aesthetic. You're on the way! Okay, perfect. Protect the baby. Protect the chibi. The itty bitty chibi. This is so cute, I can't. She's just gonna stay on that swing forever now. What? Is Venti gonna play? Bimby, you can play music? Thanks. I'm gonna assume you meant like good. Oh? Oh? Oh, you're fine. Who's your favorite character and did you get Nana? That's what we call Nahida here. She's Nana. Because I am Dendro main. Oh yeah, I want to change my picture. Not this one. Nana! Na. There we go. I'm Dendro main. This is Dendro Nation. All of the Dendro characters got cute nicknames. We've got Tai Tai, and we've got Lele, and we've got Nana. I love the Dendro characters very much. They're very cute. Ah! Oh my god, that's so cute. It's Dendro Nation up in this hizzy. It's verifying. No worries, Yoda. We chillin', we just vibing over here. Oh Jesus. I think all I time is gonna be Dendro Daddy. So yeah. Oh look. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. If we do it like so, it looks like Binby's got a fucking long cape coming off his back. Yeah, he's like the one Dendro character I'm not actually interested in. My Dendro daddy was, and ever will be Baiju. No diggity, no doubt. Also, Yoda had to permit I'm very gay. It's okay to be gay. But yeah, thank you for fixing that, Yoda. I think it's just because whoa! I think it's because people would use that word in a bad way, so that's probably why the filter caught it. But yes, I think he's Al-Hatam has definitely made some people question. Definitely made some people question. Oh, she's holding hands with all her friends. But for me, it's Baiju. Like, oof. Like I said, was, and ever will be. I call him Snake Daddy, though. My profile used to be waiting for Snake Daddy, and then, you know what? I got fed up because he took too long. Oh! It's not there! An error occurred. Does it still work? Fucking kazoo. Yoda. Alright. Should we go boop the cabbage, the square cabbage? Let me pull her. Okay, go. The last time Jargon did this and he was being a silly bugger, he managed to pull Tai Tai when he was like just doing it for the lols. You can't walk through the swing. I saw that. I like it was like a body block. It was kind of weird. Wait, you can't walk through. You can't walk through people? Have you always been able to body block? Oh my god. Mind blown. Mind blown. I hate body blocking. Body blocking is the most stupid shit. Whee! Let's go, peoples. Let's go smack the salad. It's one of those pre-packaged salads. You know when you don't want to make your own salad, you just buy the little box that has all the bits in. That's what this thing is. This salad cube. Obento. Salad obento. I think I'm gonna bring one of those woolly salads. Okay, if we have Yoda coming on Raiden, then I don't need to bring Yae. I can just boop, 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 boop. Maybe as a more useful character, actually. Yeah, if Binbi brings... Yeah, that should be fine. I'll bring Yae. Then we can pa a little bit faster. Because Nahida won't be able to damage the thing. You were pulling? Did you get her? Yargon? Yeah, thank you, Rich, for the name. I'm calling this thing the woolly salad. People must just know. If I say we're going woolly salad, they must just know. I can add this to the rotation of bosses. Did you get Nana? I know he got Nana like really quickly on his NA account. No Nana. It's fine. You have a Nana. You just don't have this Nana. It's okay. But I see your character is not moving, Bindi. You'll wail later. This is fine. I actually, Jargon joined the No Nana Club. He's gonna join and swiftly exit the No Nana Club. Ikimasho. Wait! Binbi changed to Electro, we don't have a Dendro. Oh no. Uh-oh. Do we actually need Dendro to do that other phase? I don't know how it works. I told you my Dendro babies aren't built. I guess that was on me. But to be fair, he didn't need to do anything. He just needed to apply a Dendro, so... This is fine. Ooh, that was a big ol' meatball! Damn! Get fucking meatballed! Now it's a meatball salad. Sheesh! But what do we do now? Because we can't do this. Ow! The fuck? The power of friendship. Oh shit! He mad. He mad. Uh oh, that was a mistake. Yeah! My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. I don't know. Oh, Melody went to go change. Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure if you could do that. Sucks when the game has shit like that though. Ah, boy. Oh, Jargon also. Not me finding that fucking hilarious. Sorry, guys. That's okay. We do it lickety split, yeah? We do Sanic Pass. Nice. Got him. I can switch characters if you guys want to play something else. I don't mind. 100k, just a casual 100k meatball. Imagine having a meatball drop on your head and do that much damage. Actual madness. My Zhongas used to do pretty good damage, but then I fucked with his build. Why is my flip? Oh man, my ping is 234 now. Jesus, the internet's being a poo today. You don't mind bringing Tai Tai? I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind. You fucked with his balls? Yeah, I fucked with Zhongli's balls. You can be elegy? What? It doesn't matter. I think. Oh, hello. That's the toitest family photo I've ever seen. Goddamn, y'all all up in each other's grill. Just hacking, just character clipping. But yeah, it should be fine. Just as long as we have one Electro, one Dendro, I think it's okay. So I'll just fill whatever we need. So Jargon, if you want to bring an Electro character instead, then I can be the Dendro. I just won't do much. I won't be very useful.
接下来想去哪里？我想努力离月明圣路。我有一些不错的参考方案。
Y'all carry. Oh well, Yoda said traveler, so. How long is this motherfucker gonna take?
一买桂花同载酒，只可惜故人。
I always forget which tab it is. Goddamn. Oh, he's ready. He popped. Whoop. Let's go. Boop, 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 boop. Why is my ping so bad? Oh my god, it's like hanging around 230, 240. You sent a oh, a picture? Oh, that is so cute. There's a picture with the babies. Let me can show you guys. Just like going through all my apps. It's the babies! That's cute as hell. Thank you, Melody. 10 out of 10. Adorable as hell. Is everybody here? What's fucking Bimbi doing? We good? We good? I hope so. Because I'm gonzos. 1, 2, 3.
御风而行，微光轻可叹，怒界飘零。
Stinky cube. The stinkiest of cubes. Whoa! Gotta hot step that shit, yo. Hot skipper.
天动万象。
Meatball madness.
拒收并蓄。
朔风紧印，离形差劲。
He refuses to crits. Yeah, he can be a little bit stinky sometimes. Silly genres. Did you play with my Zhongli's balls? Melanie, no! I can't believe you said that. Unbelievable. Alright. No, I played with my Zhongli's balls. My oh. What just happened there? What was that? Oh my god. That was amazing. Anyway, yeah, my Zhongli's build is a little bit scuffed at the moment. He's actually wearing stolen parts.
欲买桂花
His
同载
stats are really
酒，
fucking weird.
只可惜
But I
故人
was basically just building him for HP. So yeah, he's got 46k. Not that you can see it, but he's got 46k. HPZs. Let's see, what is the timer? Almost. Wow, still a minute. You see, this is why I don't understand the timing for these bosses. Has it been a minute yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
全都看见了。
No. This waiting is gonna be the death of me. I could take a picture.
牵手。
你也照
Binbi! Binbi got the baby! Did you well? Did you well, friend? Did you well? Where's baby? Baby! Oh no, poor Yoda! Baby Welle, like Nahida. Ah, the teeny tiny titties. Did Yoda jump off the cliff? Because he doesn't have Nahida, so he's like, nope. Life could not possibly. Oh no, we're using the green Sealy as well. Let me put mine on. Poor Yoda. He's got to take care of the daycare. Pinby's just harassing G-Max. No! Poor Yoda! What is this harassment? This is workplace harassment, Jargon, I'll have you know. Since you're both mods. It's a workplace harassment. Look at that cute little fox boy down there. Okay. I'm gonna change. Back to Yae. Yae, Miko. Miko-chan. Cha-chan. Where's fucking Binbi? Fucking Bimby, mate. Oh my god.
固若金汤。
Damn, Ayaya! Damn! Come here, you stinky ball. Ow! I scuffed the timing there, but it's okay. That's what food's for. Oh, Bimby's limping with his health right now. Wait. Did I activate it? Oh, there we go. Your EU Ayaka is a little bit better. No ways. You need Shene. Oh, that's a mood. Relatable as fuck. Nice. Eh. Okay, we don't perceive that. We don't look at that one. You gotta join a meeting? No worries, no worries. Binpy needs to skedoodle, but it's okay. Cause then I can just bring Fisher. Not me collecting boss material without having the character. It's are you wanting to get her, Yoda? Besides, you may need to use that boss material for someone else in the future as well, so here's hoping. Either you get her or you use it for someone else when you get them. Because I assume the pity is so low. Yeah, my pity was 2 when I started Yoda. And then I got to 79 just to get Diluc. And I was like, wow. Unbelievable. The audacity. The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch. I hate waiting. These bosses drive me insane. A whole freaking stinking minute. Unbelievable.
很多人的一生写于纸上也不过几行，大多都是些无聊的故事啊。
障眼法。
This is literally the worst. Just sitting here. The fight goes by pretty quickly. I think the wait time is much longer than the actual fight. But looks like you're chasing your own tail. Oh, and he runs in circles. Where's Yaya's tail? She's got one. You just don't see it. How many of those things did I still need? The cubes. Oh, I still need 7? Goddamn. Okay. Praying for 3s. It should have spawned by now. Is the new character Layla, she's only coming out on the next banner in 3.2. I don't want to roll for any of the characters though. So I guess I'm missing out on another 4-star. Fishiru Mirori Yoda Jimaxu. What is my ping? It's like consistently been over 200. Hi, Buggy! Hello, hello! How's your day going? Milord, you just tank with face tank. Get him! Oh yeah, it's new potatoes. We're trying something. Oh, it does go pretty fast, even just with 2. Okay. Worst case, I need to do 3 more kills. Best case is just 2 more kills. I hope everyone else has been getting good drops. I don't know if we get the same ones. You gotta go have breakfast? No worries, Melody. Enjoy, and thank you for the lurkies. It is 4 p.m. by me. It's definitely not breakfast time for me. I did eat today though. Yeah. I had to think about that for a second. Yeah, look at my ping. Why is he red? What's 5? You having breakfast at 5 p.m? I think there's another name for that. Day's good. Tomorrow's my day off, so I can stay awake for hours. Oh, nice. Do you have plans for your days off? I want to call it your weekend because it technically is your weekend. You know, it's 11. Yes, because it's 7 hours ahead. I remember this. You started streaming immediately upon waking up? Ah, so you didn't eat? You haven't eaten today, Melody. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go eat. I don't want to see any more messages from you. Go get food. This is forever gonna haunt me now. This is okay. I'll be fine. Go eat. Go eat. I'm gonna ban you. Yeah, I'm gonna ban you. Ban. There. Clean up your act. You can't give me head pats after I ban you. That's not how this works. Oh yeah, is it back yet? Ugh. What is this? This is torture. This is the real time gating.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, daddy. What's poppin'?
Don't mind me, just watching.
Thank you, daddy. I'm gonna stay home mostly. Gonna go buy a blankie. It's getting cold. Do you have the space for... Well, I don't know how expensive it would be. I was gonna say, like, do you have space for kotatsu? Because I feel like if you had that, you would probably never leave your house again. You would just be stuck. Just sitting at the table. Just never leave. Just live under the table. Just burn down your house because you just all day, every day. Done! Yoda was watching the time. Do not have the space. Well, but it would make me very happy. I guess it's time to just get rid of everything else in your house. Just put everything else around the kotatsu. You don't need anything else. Only kotatsu. Only warmth and happiness. Banana, 32 pity, 50-50. Let's go, Lily! Just Yoda misfiring there. Also, Yoda plays on mobile, which to me is Cocoa Bananas because I'm bad at this game on PC, and I feel like it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder to play this game on PC, and yet I'm still scuffed as hell. Oh! Wow! Kitching just fucked that cube up. Holy shit. It's gold! It's gold! Oh! Ayo! Nice. Okay, so it just ticks over time. I see. Happy to see fellow South African playing Genshin. Yeah! Thanks, there's actually a lot of people. There's a lot of people. Like the person I'm playing with now. D-Max Yoda. Also Genshin streamer as well. There's a lot of people in South Africa who play. You can't press it? No. Lily, go. You need to tell us. We gotta know, Lily. Oh yeah, I can do a shouty outy. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Also Genshin streamer. Yoda, Yodoodles. He also plays Persona. He loves Persona. Do it, Lily. No! Ah, the pain. I'm sorry, Lily. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I have lots of South African homies. Like South African. That's who I'm playing with now. South African. Sydney, also Genshin streamer. Sydney Mar ZA, Canny Rocks, and Misa, Musical Rich. Lily, are you South African? You lost your first 50 to Luke. Oh, sorry, Lily. Adam, Bubble, Arksom, Nia, Jessie, Red Horizon, Brayden, Moose, Redan, Salamander, Spectre, who else? Chev, Kita, Lindsay, Mega Noodle, Roxy, Ray, Mouchy, who else? Llama, Diamond Llama, Duckling, and Poppy. They're all South Africans. Lots of South Africans. Peanut, do I have you? Yeah, my ping's also really bad. Peanut, do I have you on Genshin? I just realized now. Do I have you? Because I just read through everyone. Am I losing my mind? We got Crab, but we don't got Peanut. Peanut? You know my friend in Genshin? Peanut! How have you never added me? I'm so my heart is wounded now. So many friends, you only have 2? Well, Vanksy, if you want to add me, you are welcome. There's my UIDs. And then on my Discord as well, we have a channel for Genshin. We share a bunch of stuff there. But there's also a channel for UIDs if you want to add more people. They'll specify like EU or NA or whatever. Your AR 29. Oh, okay. So quite new to Genshin then. Yeah, if you have any questions or if you need help with anything, just shout. I actually posted something today that has a bunch of builds for characters. Wah! I pressed the wrong thing. Yeah, it's like a community thing. People share stuff. Oh, I think we can go to that. Yep. You have one friend and it's Gmax? Oh, Peanut! So why you don't add me? I'm wounded. My heart is break. How could you? No, I'm joking. You don't have to be friends with me, but the option's there. The offer is there. I could be helping you. You could bring your amber and hit people with the white damage. Hee hee. There we go. Oh, it's just me and Yoda. For a second I was like, wait, where's everyone else? We are everyone else. Yoda and I. Yodoodles! Ooh. I love when we break the cutscene. Ow! Stinky cube. Wait, what? Did we skip a phase or? I'm confused. There? Okay. Oh, nice. Nice! Okay, I'm good. Yoda, do you need more?
在尘世乃是如此不变之物。
Where's my itty bitty TB? My BB, she's already friendship too. Nice. Oh, I need to go make the crystals. Okay. Oh, you're good? Ow! Fantastic, fantastic. I'm gonna go. Let me go make my crystals so I can noom with the baby. Hopefully I have enough of the actual crystals. Otherwise... Oh wait, I can just transmute or whatever the fuck it's called. Never mind. You're gonna try and get primos now? Okay. Best of luck, Yoda. Get all the primos. Jargon posted a code, but I don't know if it had primos. It might have just been like other stuff. Okay, I can make 4. How many do I have? Oh, I have 12. Oh, I can make. Oh. We are fine. We are a-okay. Ta-da! Nahida! What is this team I have? Oh wait, it's because I'm still in co-op. Let's go to single player. You're tired of not winning 50-50s? Oh, Yoda, the last 50-50 I won was for Ito. So, yeah. I feel you. Okay, we're good. The last time you won was Hu Tao. Ooh. Okay, that was kind of a while ago, yeah. My itty bitty TBBB Nahida Nana-chan. Wait. My 4. I only got 3 on that banner. But he did get to C4. Nana! Alright. She does need better stuff because she's stolen Tinari's things. Oh yeah, I forgot I can do talents as well. There's not going to be anything. Does anybody know if there's like a talent priority? Oh wait, why do I... Never mind, I'm being stupid. I have enough. I went and farmed this fucked up. So that I could triple crown her. What an idiot. Don't mind me, guys. I won't be able to take it very far because the boss materials, that's gonna gate me because, yeah, you see. I'm not gonna be able to get very far. Who's better to wish for, Nahida or Yoimiya? Vengsi, I would say as a new player, like a newer player, I don't know if you've gotten up to the story for Inazuma. That's gonna be the only issue if you do go for Yoimiya because it's a little bit harder to get to Inazuma if you haven't like finished all the story. So that's the only thing that would limit you. But otherwise, I think they are both very good characters. I don't know too much about Nahida yet, but the videos... She looks fun to play, basically. Thank you for the lurkies, Peanut. I know Yoimiya is a very fun character to play as well. I personally don't have her because her timing is just really awful. But I know that she's really helpful against a lot of Electro bosses, actually. There's one specifically in Inazuma that I hate fighting and I'm very bad at fighting because... because I don't have Yoimiya. She's very good. You're in Lue? It might be better. She's a better Amber. That's saying something, Yoda. I think she's a very, very much better Amber. Good thing Jargon's busy and Peanut's lurking. Peanuts! Yay! Okay, I only have 5 spaces left, but it's okay. Yeah, I would say just if you are behind in the story, I would maybe instead go for the Sumeru character because you can get to Sumeru. But honestly, it's up to you. Waiting for them to say something. That's funny. Yeah, look at my baby. She needs some work. Look at this one with her 86 EM. I need essentially the Gilded Dreams for Yaimiko, for Nahida, for Tanari, and I need the Deepwood set for Lele and for Traveler as well, wherever Traveler is. There's a Diluc on my head. There is, Mao. Did you just notice him now? He's been here for a while. So yeah, I need a lot of those. But I do have condensed resin. And I have some fragile resin still. So I might... Oh, you just got home now? Okay. All good. Yeah, I'm stuck with Diluc. So yeah, I might go and farm some of the domain. Hey, why you threw something in my face? What the heck? Whoa! Okay, so that's like a trinket thing, like you can use. Interesting. Oh, I have treasure compass as well, so I might go do a bit of that. Nana-chan! Hehe. Yeah, we might go farm some domains for her. Not even a bowling ball can make him shift. Nice, Peanut. Is that why you threw that at my head? No, Traveler. Alright, I remember now what I wanted to do. Because I have... Whee! New baby. I have supporting characters that I want to buff. Like this one. Ooh, I don't know how far. I'll definitely get level for her. Because it shouldn't be too far off. Yeah, I didn't think it was too far off. I would kill an entire family for this child. She's too adorable. She is! Oh my goodness. She's so cute. And the little swing animation that she does. Puggy, have you seen the attack animations as well? So she like plays DDR. And she does a wink. Oh my god. And she floats as well. Oh, you can't see it now because I have it on. She can read people's minds. You have never wanted to cosplay a Genshin character till this moment? Do it! I want to cosplay her as well. But oh my god, the outfit is... it's simple, but it's so detailed. There is so much, like, little... I'm not gonna paint this. Ooh, what's that? Is that a... Not the time. Is that a code for me? No, 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 no. Not user center. What is this? Oh! What does this button do? Oh shit! There's Fremos! Imagine I just put gibberish in the chat. I would fight you, sir. One of the abilities can collect items like flowers. It's a must. But I'm broke. Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's let me see if I can go find something to collect. Of course I'm in a spot where there's nothing to collect. I was probably just next to flowers as well, and then I was like, yeah, let me go look for something. Oh, I saw a sparkle. So she can also collect stuff. Like so. Whoa! There we go. I think if there's like multiple things as well. Let's see if I can find something. I don't know what the range is like on this. Oof, I don't want to fight things though. I literally thought you were doing the key smash thing. Yeah, I mean, definitely. She's definitely key smash worthy. I almost drowned her there. Oh my god. Let's not do that. But there's a box over there I want to grab. Did Mao post it? Mao, what is this? That's not a code. Mao's clowning. Don't believe. You got it out of your system earlier? Oh, the cuteness, the overwhelming cuteness. Look at how she swims. She's fucking yoinking it, man. She's straight Newman. Oh! There's the Aranara that needs our help. Oh, okay, never mind. They died before I could do anything, so that's cool, I guess. Oh my god, she just climbed up. Itty bitty nana. Reckless Aranara. You should see her bomb dive. Because all of the cheeps bomb dive, Peggy. I'll send it. I'll show you now. I just need to find a high up spot. Oh, there's a chest over there. Wait, let me get the chest first. There's her slow swim, and there's her Newman. She's kicking her little leggies. Ow! Whoa! Oh my god. Okay. Interesting. I didn't really have a chance to cast anything there, but it's fine. I guess I need to fight like a boss or something to make them live a little bit longer. Oh wait, I wanted to show you guys where that chest was. I posted it on the Discord. I'm trying to think. Where's the best place to bomb dive? Maybe here could work. Let's see. We'll go to the docks and see if I can get her to bomb dive for you. It's very fucking cute. I love the fact that she can read people's minds though. That's, for me, super, super cute. Just some life wisdom there. Alright. No! Maybe she'll bomb dive off here? Let's go again, because that was super cute. I don't know what the criteria is for making them bomb dive, but they don't always bomb dive. It's very cute regardless. Oh. Okay, no, she didn't want to do it that time. Let's try off a smaller boat. Let's do it when she has more energy. all the chibi characters, all the itty bitties do that. It's very cute. And also when she runs, airplane arms. Nyom. Nyom. And the jumps. And the, oh yeah, when you sprint and then a sudden stop. She's so cute. This is my Archon. Best girl! Nana is best girl. She is. She is. Alright, so what did I say I was gonna do? I still need to do dailies actually. Let's go do some dailies. We need to change our friendship squad as well. And I'll need to do the boss fight at some point, so I should do the story, you know. Nana-chan.
又可以增长见识啦。
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I need to put some kind of gear on Dory because she keeps dying. That's driving me insane. I don't know how she works, but I know okay, I was gonna put maidens on her, but I guess I don't have maidens. I don't know which one. Probably clam. Probably have some clam stuff I can use on her. Yeah. We'll put Krikomi stuff on her. She's level 2. She is! And she's going to stay level 2. She will remain as such. Until she gets herself some... some better shit, yo. Oh, that's convenient. I'll take that. There we go. I almost doubled her HP, so hopefully she survives at least one attack. I have no intention at the moment of leveling Dory. This character's a waste of space. Ah, you know! That's why I have no intention of building her or doing anything for her for now. When she becomes relevant, like Cookie did, then yeah, I'll think about it. But for now, I very simply can't be asked. She's like Toma. Oh no! At least Toma's a likable character though, you know? He's a very likable character. He's a sweet bean. He's a good bean. Oh, I needed to go find that chest as well. Shit. Okay. I have so many things to do and I don't have enough brain cells to remember to do them. Fuck. But Dory, I don't know. I wasn't too partial to her. Candy! Hello, hello! How are you? Welcome, welcome. So this is what Nana-chan can do. She make grabby. She make grabby hands. Gone are the days of picking fruit. I'm good, I'm good. I got the baby. Did you pull for Nahida? Isanali-chan. Oh, imagine that. Imagine doing like so. And then you get it all easy peasy. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. Any advice on Tighnari? So depending on how you play him, there's different sets that you can use on him. So typically you want Cupcake! Why you like this? What is this abuse? Oh my god, she's so cute. You haven't yet, but you will on Friday. Oh shit! Best of luck, best of luck. I hope your pulls go well. Sending good jujus and blessings only. She plays Poopex, but she does play Genshin. I've definitely watched her play Genshin. Am I going mad? Do you not play Genshin? Oh, it's just G-Max being a bully? I was like, no ways. I've definitely watched her play. My chat got sticky. Oh yes, for Tighnari. So you can play him with 2 sets. Ignore the fact that I have nothing on him right now. So you can play with the Gilded Dreams, which is EM, right? So 2 pieces gives you 80 EM, and then the 4-piece gives you more stats depending on what your team comp is like. You can also play him with the Deepwood one because it's the Dendro set. And it decreases Dendro resistance. But I know that people are also using... is it Wanderers? I think people are also maybe using Wanderers on him. I can't think what else... Those are the 3 sets I can think of that people use on him. But your main stat okay, so Nahida's currently using his pieces. Your main stat is EM, so obviously flower and feather don't matter, but you want as much EM as you can get. I think you technically want an EM piece here, but which one was his? Nana-chan, where you at, girly? Down here. Yeah, so you want EM. Oh, you can't see, but EM is the main stat. Yeah, and then obviously Dendro Goblets. And then depending on your weapon that you use on him, you're gonna base your choice on that. So I don't have his signature weapon, so I'm using an EM one, right? But okay, my stats just come. Ah! Ray! Thank you for the prime. Thank you. I don't have a hearts on this VTuber, but thank you, Ray. Ray's my boo. For those of you who don't know, I'm always talking about Ray. That's Ray. Ray. Alright, yeah, 14 depending on your weapon, right? So I'm using the one that has the EM, because I just want as much EM as I can get. This is the weapon that I went for, but there's a couple options. I know some people were looking at using the Viridescent Hunt, because it has crit rate, but I don't know so much about his, about the effect on that one. So that was a bow that some people went for. I think some people were looking at Stringless because it's an EM bow and it just buffs your damage overall. But I think this is better suited. Stringless is better suited on official. So those are weapons that you can get in the banner. So Stringless, Viridescent Hunt. This is the BP one. This was an event bow, so if you don't have it, maybe Stringless would be the next best option. I don't know if there's a craftable bow that he can use as well. I'm trying to think. For the 3-star bows, I'm trying to think. We do have... So the Raven bow has got EM on it. That's like the earliest bow that you could put on him. I can't remember now craftable bows or anything like that. Wait! I just fell over. Yeah, so that would be my recommendation. For the sets, it was the Gilded Dreams one, which is one of the new ones in Sumeru. The Deepwood one, which is also one of the new ones in Sumeru. And then the Wanderers, which you can get by like fighting bosses and stuff. Where is the Wanderers? Yeah, this one. So that would be my recommendations. Okay, I don't have any gear on him currently, so ignore. But yeah, my stats weren't very good on him before. I'm still in the process of farming the 2 new sets, so I don't have like an optimal build to show you, but that would be my recommendation. Depending on which weapon you get, if you find yourself lacking in a specific stat, and this counts for all your other characters as well, if you find yourself lacking in a specific stat, your crown is typically where you're gonna compensate for that. So you like, maybe you saw there's crit rate. So because my bow is EM, maybe my crit rate wasn't very high, so that's why I had the crit rate one on. If we go look at Nahida's stats, because she's wearing Tonari stuff at the moment. Okay, my crit rate is way too high. I don't know why it's so high. What the fuck? Oh, it's because of her weapon. Okay, so what I would do here, because her weapon makes her crit rate so high, we can actually swap that out. So instead of having a crit rate crown, you would instead have a crit damage one, right? Why do I have 188 of this set and I don't have anything good? Oh my god, the depression. The depression is real. Okay, so maybe something like this. This is also kind of copium stats. Alright, it's crit damage main stat. EM and ER. It's very copium. It's fine. I don't think I have actually any good pieces. So I might go do a little bit of farming. Yeah, I have exactly 1 crit damage one. Wow, I hate all of this. But anyway, so yeah. This is my best one, but it's also crit rate. It's crit rate, crit damage. My fat head is in the way. And it's got ER on it. But anyway. If I get her, I'll just put my Traveler stuff on Nana. Yeah, so my my Nana is going to be using the Gilded Dream set. But my Traveler is going to be using the Deepwood set. So Traveler's got this one. So she puts the res and then she goes ba 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 ba. I think that's how I'll do it. Might be better to swap it, but I don't know. Because Nana does work on EM, but I don't think Traveler works on EM, so I don't want to put the EM set on Traveler. This is forever gonna plague me, this little red exclamation. Yeah, Benny, tell them. Tell them, Benny. Benny, book in. Anyway, I was doing dailies, yeah? Did I finish? Or if you're farming, let me know. I think I will be farming Yoda. Because I've got a lot of raison and a lot of hope for the future of my artifact collection. So, do I actually have space? Because I keep making this mistake when I do artifact farm. I don't really. I have less than 100 spaces, so I need to eat some pieces first. The thing is, like, I have so many characters I need to build. Like, gear-wise, but it's like, it's so depressing trying to do it because you get such bad pieces and then it's just like, well, fuck, I guess. So. Oh yeah, I wanted to test if her thing worked on crystal flies. I don't think it does though. That would be too OP. If you used her and Sayu together, they'd fucking run amok. Funky Buster! Sheesh! Okay. So there, she puts the Dendro Res. This poor itty bitty. Use the strongbox? Yeah, I will be doing the strongbox. I just can't remember who needed what. The last thing I was like using the strongbox for was for Toddy's Heart of Depth set. And I got nothing good. You've given up on him? I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. That shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A. Yes, that shit is bananas! It's the most banana-y banana shit that I've ever experienced. Like, mine's not terrible. But I want it to be better, you know? Like, this needs to... Yelan and Ayato, your Hydro peeps now? I mean, fair. I do have Ayayo, but his is also a little bit... his crit damage could be much higher. He's actually a lot of fun. So the team that I actually wanted to play... let's see... the team that I actually wanted to play, but Cookie's missing her pieces at the moment because Zhongli's using them. This is the comp I wanted to play. So, Ayayo, Traveler, Nana, Cookie-chan. Is your Yunjin belt? No. I haven't even looked at her, to be honest. She's level 70, but that doesn't mean anything, yeah? I got her to 70 for the wish. Yunjin buffs Ayato? But then the only thing is it would mess with my Dendro team. So I would be building this for Dendro. So if I put Yunjin in, she wouldn't contribute to Nahida's thing. So yeah. That's the only thing. Alright, let me go finish my dailies actually. Did I run away from the thing I did? It's up here. Oh, it's this guy again with his fucking lucky food. God damn it. It's weird that Geo and Dendro don't react. I agree! Because plants grow in soil, so what the fuck, man? They use the nutrients from the minerals in the rocks and stuff, yeah? More meat, butter chicken, pile 'em up. I think I haven't done pile 'em up. Bro, I don't have any of those things. I have to go and cook it for you, you shit. Where's the nearest stove, though? Where am I? Stove is this way. Toto! Hello, Toto! I'm good, how are you? Geo and Cryo should both have reactions. Yeah, refrigerate the cabbages. Refrigerate the little cabbage. I'm good, Toto. How are you? Did you get Nana? How do you get that green thingy? Oh, it's a petto. He's petto. I'll show you now. Yeah, we're good. So this, it's like from a limited time event. So you'll have to wait until the next event comes around. But we have like a couple pets. So I have a yellow one. I have a purple one. I have a green one. I have a little water spirit thing. I have a little samurai guy. And there's a birdie. This one was for the anniversary one. You might have gotten that one. Yeah, so those are all the pets that are available. This is the... I don't know. This is maybe not available yet? We have the same color Sealies. I made it match, basically. So this is Liyue, this is Inazuma, this is Sumeru. I haven't had a chance to get the blue one yet, so... One day I'll catch up. It's the correct colors, yeah. Because, like, I can use this one or this one to represent Mondstadt. It's okay. I have a blue one. It's okay. Even though I think I got all of these after my first choice. I'll be honest, I went with the gold one because I was like, oh yeah, you know, like a 5-star. That's why it's yellow. Because it's a 5-star. You're good, Toto! Ah, fantastic. You want a Sealy too? Well, hopefully, I don't know. They don't do that event very often, like... Because, yeah, they've only had it 3 times in 2 years, so I don't know when they'll have the next one. This is forever gonna bug me. Oh my god. Bennett, why? Why are you like this? What was I doing? Did I do dailies? I didn't! Oh, I was making a pile 'em up! Pile 'em up, pile 'em up, pile 'em up! Yeah, boy. Am I on fire? Ooh. This is nice. I am on fire. Sorry, Nana. Next one might be in version 4. Yeah, probably. She's just on fire there. Wait, why am I speaking to you? Sorry, Catherine. I'll be back. I got dinner. It's pizza. Hi, Azzy. Thank you. I'm having fun with it at the moment. How you doing, Azzy? Long time no see. But we've been chatting. Azzy's been sending me all kinds of like VTuber things to check out. Mondstadt might have one? I wonder. Because it's been like really staggered. Like every time they introduce a new nation, they do it. Ah, Fishes! We love her! We love little Nana. Hi, Smurf! I'm doing good, Ezzy. I'm just eating dinner quick. Happy Wednesday! It's Wednesday, my dudes! How many hours did you say you have in Genshin? It's hard to say, Azzy. But if I go look at my profile, so if I stream this game, generally, I'll stream for about 4 hours a day, and that's like 5 days a week. If I stream every day of the week. A new code. I think I might have claimed that one earlier, but thank you, Fishes. So my days active in this game. Okay, my app has crashed. Let me try again. My days active is 735. Also, I'm having pizza for dinner. It's bacon and feta pizza from Woolies. Yeah, so 735 days. But the thing is, like, on weekends sometimes I'd play longer. And then some days I play shorter because I was like on vacation or if I was sick. So it's like, it's kind of hard to say. And I don't think there is a way to check your, like, your played hours. So I can't really give, like, I can't even guesstimate, like. Definitely over 1,000 though. I've been playing this game for 2 years. Is the answer just too many? Entirely possible. But what is too many? That's just your opinion, man. You want dinner? Yeah, I have dinner normally around 5 o'clock, so this is normal time for me. Not that I have any less hours. Oh, I know. I know, Fishes. I want to show you guys something that Fishes actually showed me. You only active 15 days? Okay. So fresh. Super fresh. Man, I remember the first couple of weeks in Genshin. Oh, 3 minutes? What the heck, man? And like, I had no idea what I was doing ever. It's what you're doing right now? Probably. But yeah, so I had no idea what I was doing. I did a lot of running around and running back and forth. But boy, did I have fun doing it. GG's, Hassan. So there's a if you're grinding friendship, if you're trying to increase your friendship levels with your characters, there's a thing you can do. If you come stand. Is this avatar rigged? I mean, the program does the rigging. Like, I didn't have to do anything. There you go. Friend to animals. And you get to go feed the puppy. Nice. And yeah, you can just keep, you log in, you log out. And then you come stand here. So you log in, log out, and then let me do it once just to show you guys. What does character level do? It increases their stats by a bit. And when you get them to certain ascensions, it can unlock things as well. So you're cheating? Wait, what do you mean cheating, Yoda? There we go, it popped instantly as I logged back in. Yoda, I think you should use this application. It's very fucking good. And you feed the next puppy. And you can do that apparently 10 times. You get 10 times or 10 of these like events a day. I think so, Yoda, because you could do whatever you want with it. It's free, it's easy to use, and like it's a lot of fun to use as well. So I would big recommend it. I think you could have a lot of fun using it. You can do more, but only the first 10 give you anything other than dopamine. That is true, fishes. Yoda, I send. Azzy actually sent it to me. I was talking about that earlier. Azzy sent it to me. So now I'll send it to you. No trying to get the clothes to sit right on your avatar, right? Misaki, oh my goodness, the pain. Actually, I think Spec was asking about it as well. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me just retweet it as well. Copy. I'll post it. Boop. You just lost your artist? Oh no! Sorry, Yoda. But yeah, there we go. There's the link. Yeah, for anyone who's been wondering about that, this is in the chat there, the link that I posted. And it's... I can't afford to at the moment, but like, the artist has a Patreon. So if you do use the software and you want to support them, wanna check it out and want to help them, definitely. Big recommend. And they were affordable? Oh, sorry, Yoda. That's a whole lot of butts. Oh, there's my game. You gonna do late game and then go study? Oh, perfect, son. Good boy. Go study. After your game. But make sure you win the game so you feel good. After I helped you, I spent like 7 hours in that damn app playing around. Oh no! Misaki, oh no. Yeah, I got stuck using like this app. I was like fiddling around with stuff. I was having so much fun with it. There's a subject I have to do called medical ethics. Oh, that's quite important. We're very proud of her son because he got into university to study medicine. Her son's a good boy and he wants to help people. And as his Twitch mama, that makes me very proud. Oh yeah, I said I was going to do this as well. But, okay, I showed you guys the puppy. The other thing I want to do... I put it on my Discord. Melody posted something on Twitter. So I just need to go and figure out where it is. There's a chest somewhere. I want to show you guys the chest. Alright. Where is this? Oh, it's an inner zoomer. You go into the place where there's the forbidden Kool-Aid, yeah? And then there's a branch that you land on. Let's go have a looky. So we go here to the forbidden Kool-Aid. And as this GG friend, I'm also proud. Ah! We're proud of Yoda. Of Yoda. I mean, we're proud of you too, buddy. We're proud of her son. If you need someone to be proud of you, just come talk to us. Tell us your achievements. Ah! Chicken and macaroni, chili with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chili with the homies. Welcome, breeders. Chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Nat Ortato, variety streamer from South Africa. As you can see, I am currently playing Genshin Impact. It is my main boo, my main slice, and I got Nana-chan. How was your stream, Johnny? Did you get Nana? Welcome. Who's here? Let's say hi. Welcome, Johnny and Kitty. And is it Al Cacino? Al Cacino? Proud of you for what? I'm just proud of you, buddy. I don't need a reason to be proud of you. Hi, Bryden. Hi, Alex and Brooke. Welcome, peoples. I still haven't done the story, but I got very lucky and I got a C1. Ah, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse, El Catino. Do you also play Genshin? I got C1 Nana, and can I flex on you guys? Can I flex? I want to flex. Right, so I started stream with 2 pity. Okay, I got Nana, obviously. Wah! Peanuts! I got another Nana. However, I got Diluc blocked. That's why he's on my head, because he decided to insert himself on the stream. At 79 pity, I got Diluc because I wasn't guaranteed. Hey! Peanuts! I got Diluc. I got blocked. However, then Nana came home, and I was like, okay, but I want one more Razor because I want to C6 him. I didn't get him. But I did get another Nahida, so... Hey, Peanuts! Peanuts! So yeah, I got... Hello, motherfucker! Hello, motherfucker! Wah! Thank you, kitty! Thank you. Yeah. I'm pretty happy with that. Every Nana... No more Peanuts. Please, give me peace. Alex and Kit. Oh, shit! Why am I getting our bonks? Oh, Johnny and Peanut are teaming up now. Thank you for the bubbles, Raiden. How's everybody doing? You pulled Nahida, but the web. You got both 5-star weapons in one pull? Sheesh! You pull it on the scam banner. Thank you for the hearts, kitty. You pull it on the scam banner, Johnny. And more hearts from Raiden. Thank you. But yes, we got Nana. We're very happy. I'm doing alright, kitty. There's a... Jargon, you said you can get this thing easier now? I've already forgotten where I need to go, to be fair, so...
Ride and Wolf screamed, how dare you steal my rolls, huh?
Wait, why is it gone all
2 hours
foggy?
later.
Oh my god. Azzy, why am I slow? What? Did I go to the wrong side of the branch? No, I went to the right side. Oh. This fog, however. Is it this or listening to the convos, three different
Ryden
things.
Wolf screamed. Ryden Wolf say he likes Avatar.
Oh, thank you. Where did I need to go? What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. No worries. Wait, I need to watch the rest of the video because I watched it like. Did I miss anything? You missed us, Sejo. Don't worry, you missed us. Hehe. Oh, you go up the branch. Oh. So you come up here. And then you go this way. Somehow. What? I'm gonna sue Melody because I just fell through the ground. Thank you for the luckies, kitty. All right, let's try again. You did miss us. Ah! My heart. I need to sue Melody, guys. Be right back. She's selling me disco lies over here. Still just the basic? Yeah, because I'm gonna wait to get the Sumeru ones. Wait, where was it? Oh fuck, I got turned around. Wait, let me try again. Because there's no other wings that would suit her, I don't think. Nothing really. I guess I can put this on her because the color matches her outfit a bit. Once more! Nyum. Okay. So she lands on this one. I think. I can't tell which branch it is. Oops. Here? Okay, I kind of like that a lot. Oh wait, I'm so confused. Did I miss the branch? Is it that one? Ah, be right back, guys.
不知道干什么的话，要不要我带你去转转呀？
如果有烦恼的话，就向雷神倾诉吧。 向雷神倾诉吧。
又有心事吗？我来陪你一起想吧。
如果有烦恼的话，就向雷神倾诉吧。
Alright, sorry about that, guys. I'm back! I'm back. I should have thrown you on the BRB screen, but my brain is dumb. Alright. Joggin, you said there was an easier way to get this? I feel like a dummy dum-dum because I found it and then I fell through the ground and I don't know what happened. Yeah, these wings look okay on her. The top right of the N in Shrine. Here? Is there like a way to get in there? I wonder if I haven't gotten this already because I have 100%. Does it count or nah? Oh wait, how zoomed out do you have to be? How zoomed in do you have to be? Somewhere over there though? There's some loose boards. Okay, we'll have a look. Of the N in Shrine. Like down there? I don't know what opens it. Ah. It's down where the fence is. Under a cliff. Okay. Oh, yeah? Licky, licky, licky.
手牵手。
Not that. Down here. Ah, I see. But how do you get? Yeah, I don't know what opens this, I guess. That's the problem. Yeah, let me try my haxy method again. I'll try it again. Whee! You got it from the haxy method as well? Okay. On NA, but you haven't on EU? Okay. So it's this one. And then from here, oh fuck. I need to go on a back wall. It's a little bit confusing. About where I need to go after that. I mean, Melody's video is very good. It shows you exactly where you need to go. Okay, so at first you go this way, but then you go this way. And then you go up. Oh, is it that branch? Oh, 100k Yoda? Damn, homie! Damn. Are you saving up for join the posse? in this way? It's up there, right? What? Sheesh! Oh my god, I can't wait. I'm so excited for that. No! Not again! I don't know why, she keeps falling through. Oh no, 150k to go. But then you guys get to be there forever, and I also will have like a PNG that represents you. So like with the jargon, I can have you guys sitting on my model, which the sparks joy, you know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Oh shit. Okay, well I know what I did wrong that time. Maybe I should look and see where Melody climbs. Mimi, where are you climbing? What? Wait, the video cut. The video cuts out like as she gets up there. 258. Oh, so thanks. I have a point redeem. It's very expensive. It's 250k. And oh shit! Fuck, crap. And basically, if you see like on my character on the left hand side, well, I guess it's technically the right hand side. There's like a little opossum. Wait, I can show you. This guy over here. So this I got drawn for jargon. This is his little character. It's a little opossum in a onesie, but it's of his kitty cat. So on my starting screen and ending screen, his little character will sit there. So if I just show you quick, where's OBS? Over here. On my starting screen, there he is, front and center in the middle. And then on the ending screen as well. Where's my ending screen? This one, he's there as well. So if I have these little pictures of the people to support my stream, I think it's pretty cool. So yeah, and then I can, if I want, I can put it anywhere. If I'm on Discord with them, I can use that to represent them. And yeah, it's just like to represent the people of my community. So yeah, it's a special redeem. It's very expensive, but it's because it's very special. Would you want my PNG? So I would have one commissioned. I would have one made for you, Yoda. It's not like I don't expect you to give me one. I want to make one for you. I want to have, well, not me personally making it, but I'll have my artist Kayla. She does all of my things. So Kayla will do it. Yeah, and it'll be a special one. Because it's got to be special. It's got to be brand spanky new and special. Thank you. Yeah, it's because I had Kayla's done. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Sorry, Nana. No. No. Not again. Guess I just need to find the right spot. English. It's fine, Yoda. No one's paying you to speak English here, so it's okay. But yeah, so like all of the, if we go back and look at my starting screen quick. You see all the stuff on the bookshelf, all the EVs and stuff, so the artist that I use, she drew all of those things for me, and all of these are like special things, like stuff that I've played on stream. So I play a lot of Genshin, Those are some of my favorite characters. This is a little bit outdated, a little bit old now, but... And then there's an Aurene pop figure, because I love Guild Wars too. There's the Little Nightmares characters. The... What was it called? I can't remember. Those characters on the left-hand side. Stay Together, or... Oh, It Takes Two. And then there's the Tri-Knight, because I played that a fair amount on stream. And then I just love Eevees. I love Eevees, I love Pokemon. My badges for bits and for subs are both Bulbasaurs. So yeah, I was about to say where's Tenari. Yeah, this is quite old. I think Michaela did it quite a while ago. So yeah, this is yeah, and then when the stream ends, I have a different one. It's this one. So you see now the Eevees are sleeping, everyone's sitting on their bookshelf, and then Jargon's sitting over here. But I can make these things as big or as small as I want. They can cover the whole screen. Yeah. So I can show off my peepos any way that I want. So yeah. Just like the... I'm collecting friends, just like I collect all the characters in the game. I'm collecting all my friends. Oh, take care, Daddy. Take care. Have a lovely, lovely day. Also, I need a new thing, because, like, I already did my drinking stream, so I need to think of something else. But yeah. Alright, let's see. Again, we try again and again and again. Okay, no. Well, that one was... We're gonna pretend that we didn't see that, yeah? I don't know if Daddy thought I was ending because I was on the ending screen, but... It would not be the first time I've confused people by doing that. But I just wanted to show off the pictures. No! Every time! Damn it. I don't know... Jargon, do you know how to get in there? Am I doing it wrong somehow? Crawling backwards. Wait, what? Here?
No! God!
Ah!
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
I always forget that I put that on! How long is it supposed to be on for? Is it 2 minutes? I think it's 2 minutes. If not, I can just extend the timer, but... I hope you're doing well, J-Man. This is fucking creepy. No, she just keeps falling through the fucking floor. I want to die. Oh my goodness. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. Like, what? Ah! Give me peace! Please! This game just wants problems always. No! I just keep falling through the ground. Nope. Maybe it's because it's Nana. No! What the Frisha Vakadu, man? This is some messed up bullshit. I'm gonna switch to a different cheeb. An old cheeb. Why am I still using this team? Let's see. Oldest cheeb we have. Cannot switch? What? Oh! Jesus! Because Cookie's too tall to stand there? Oh my goodness. That's so funny. Hey! Alright, guys. You are now allowed to use words again. I think it was supposed to be 2 minutes.
有什么
I wonder who's older between Chi-Chi and Nahida. Because I think Nahida's at least 500 years old. Chi-Chi, please! What the free Shavaka? What? Did they patch this? Is that why we had so many, like, updates? What are words? Words are hard. They are. They're incredibly difficult. I don't understand. I'm slowly losing my mind and my patience for this. Ah! I can't get in through there, right? Oh. This is forebodings. Oh, jeez, okay. Nope, game says nope. I remember looking at this place before. And I was like, I don't know how to get in there. And then I left it. Because I had no idea what I was doing. I don't know what I'm missing, man. I don't know what I need to do differently. Do you think Kayla could make an avatar? Oh, 100%. Like, definitely. I don't know if you saw my Genshin Impact art of Viteiro. Let's see if I can find. She did. You did. Yeah. So like, she can do like super realistic stuff, or she can do cute chibi stuff, or literally anything you want. And she's very good at communicating. Like, it's so easy. It's so easy to like talk to her and be like, okay, so this is the idea that I had, and she'll be like, okay, and then she goes off and she tries to do it, and then she'll come back and be like, okay, is this what you want? Is there anything I need to change? And she's just like very good. The whole communication. You know, like a good artist, you hear back from them. They get feedback from you. And because I've been working with Kayla for as long as I have, like, I'm very comfortable working with her, and I know like I can say to her, okay, this is the idea that I have. What do you think? And we'll chat about it. Why? She keeps letting go. Does it only work with the small? Yeah, fishes. It won't work with a big character. They won't fit in there. Hi, Vivian! Yeah, it's a new avatar. It's just... I'm playing around with it. So at the moment, it's just a fun experiment. She just keeps letting go. Fuck's sakes. Yeah, it has to be small. Has to be small, Kiara. Big ones don't fit. Oh, shit. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, she just keeps letting go of the wall at like the worst time. Oh! What the fuck? Where did I go? Yoinked me back down. Yeah, Yoda, like, and her prices are really good as well. I don't know if you know her Twitter. I can go grab it for you though, if you need it. Ah, thank you, Jargon. I didn't know we had a command for that. Ah. And now she's gonna fall. Oh, Jesus Christ on a stick. I'm very close to giving up on this because I don't know. Her video cuts out, unfortunately, right as she does the climb, so like I can't see where exactly she's climbing or why I'm falling through. But going straight through does not work. Every now and then it resets me. It throws me down. Try crawling in a different direction. I've tried all the directions, like... I tried on the left side, the right side, I've tried down the middle, I've tried to go up on the wall. I don't want to do the quest, Johnny! I'm wasting time by trying to just do it the cheat way. I don't want to do the quest, that's the point. I know I'm supposed to do something else. Ah! What the Anyway, cool. That's done, I guess. I can't even tell you what I did because I have no idea. Hey, Mad Bunny. I don't know what the fuck I did! But where's my chest? Oh wait, is it up there? I don't know what I did, but it's okay. It's okay. This is fine. What is that for? You need to be off. No worries, Smurf. Wait, what? Is that open now? Oh, there's the chest. Did I walk straight past it? I can't fucking see shit down here because it's so dark. Cool. I'm so glad I wasted so much time on that. I don't even know what I did! How the fuck did I get up here? Jesus! Okay, well anyway, it's done. I don't know what the quest is for this, but you know. We're here. We're here. Don't ask me how I did it, because I don't fucking know. It doesn't need to make sense. Yeah, just fucking button mash. Just pretend you're playing, play piano. It's okay. Just play piano. Anyway. Does anyone want to come cry with me in this domain specifically? You're off, Johnny. No worries, no worries. Thank you again for the raid. I have a Mans doesn't give me a chance to breathe over here. Bimby's like, let's go! Immediately! Let's see. Okay, I have already... Chotto matte. I'm thirsty. Oh, I have water. Never mind. We're good. Well, we're all here now, so fuck it. You wish you could? Just keep playing. Keep playing. You'll be able to join us eventually. But I also have a point redeem, so Banksy, if there's anything that you need help with, like if you need like a boss kill, or you want help with a domain, you can just let me know. Oh, I have Cheap Squad now. I think I now have enough cheeps to make a full team, because I've got 1, 2, 3. Oh no, wait, I did have before. But they're all fucking healers. That was my issue. Did you do this code? I think so, Bubble, but thank you, thank you. Anyone else who...
我想说什么来着？
you go to accounts, redeem code. I'm pretty sure I did this one, Bubble, but thank you. Someone else posted a code earlier. Yeah. I did use it. But there's for everyone else. Oh yeah, I was saying I have a point redeem to help people. So if anyone needs help, like if you need a boss kill or something. Do I have it? Oh, I don't have it active at the moment. Sorry. I'm not a liar. I do have one. I just don't have it active at the moment because I wanted to do Nahida things without interruption. But yeah, I'll be happy to help. Your boss kills or domain clears or whatever. Yoda's gonna bring his kazoo. Shall I bring the wham bam thank you ma'ams? And then who's the other one? Kokomi. So Yoda or Guys, my friends know I don't have Kazuha. They know. They feel bad for me. They lend me their kazoos. Alright, if one of you want to bring Kokomi-chan... Oh, there we go. Already did my swaps. Whee! Alright, so Yoda, what Jargon and I do for this, we start with setup. But it's pretty lickety-split. We do it pretty fast. So we start with the setup. I'll go in with my Yae. I go and throw down. It's time to throw down, yo. We gonna fight. Literally. So I will go down, throw down my totems. Kokomi pops her jellyfish. And then you kazoo. If you have your burst kazoo. Yeah, and then yeah, we do it pretty quick like that, because then yeah, then I'll start with Yae. I'll put down my totems, then I'll switch to Rosaria. It freezes them in place, and then bam, bam, bam with Yae Miko. We're just waiting for your doodles to load in. I think ping's been pretty bad today. Because of, whatever reason. Hello! Hello, Yoda! He's not here, is he? No. Uh-oh! Did you crash? Your character's still here. There's Yoda. Oh! Oh no! It's fine, we're good, we're good. Bam! 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 Is he inside? He is inside. Ooh. Oops. Yeah, it takes a little getting used to, but it's pretty fast paced, this comp. Because you kind of just need to, I was gonna say blow your load. He just needed you to fetch him? Yeah. I needed to, your ping went to, Jesus. To 999? Oh my god. Oh! No, not crit rates. No! Curses. It's fine. Again. We go until we are blue in the face. You got 4 drops? Damn, homie! Oh wait, maybe I need to hold Yoda's hand. Let's summon him. There we go! Got him! Uh-oh. I don't know if I had enough. Oh, I think I did. Ooh! That was some tasty snacks. Very nicely done. Let's see, let's see. This is the darkest timeline. Does anybody else want to cry? Just me? Oh wait, I need to hold Yoda's hand. Oh, there we go. Did Kokomi Bubble do... What? Did Kokomi Bubble do 35k? What the heck? I always find it interesting which character she poses in the character talent screen. I'll be honest, I don't know if I've ever looked, like, to compare. What is your conclusion, sir? What have you figured out? What have you found? Ah, Electro! Okay, this could be okay for Yae, depending on another stat that could be better. Ito and Kaya, titties... Wait, really? They have the same? Titties 1.0 and 2.0? They didn't spawn for me, y'all were fighting air. Oh my goodness. That's fantastic. I think they're also the only characters that shrug. Oh my god, really? Sheesh! Very interesting. Wow. Nice. Where am I? This way. Kazuha's flashbang. What? Ooh! This could be okay. It's kind of copium, but it's okay. Maybe it rolls another good stat. It's snow blindness because he's Canadian. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I can't believe you just said that. Oh wait, I didn't hold Yoda's hand. Yoda, I'm coming! We got you, friend. It's mobile player. No. So Yoda, what we're saying is whenever Kazuha casts his burst, like I can never see where I'm supposed to go. It's like I'm not able to see where I'm going, where I've been. I always get really confused. So yeah, it's pretty funny. What? Wow, I couldn't even swap characters. God damn. That was kind of wacky patakies. You really do need a hand to be held. Yeah. Don't we all? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah, anyway, Kazu's burst is like a flashbang. Like, I can't see shit when it happens. This could be okay. Don't like the attack so much, but... there's that. Oh yeah, I forgot to do the boxes. Whoops. Do I even have space? Yeah, I have enough. Is that, yeah, so I'm gonna start using, like, resin now. I don't know, do you guys want to leave? You forgot to hold G-Max? He somehow got here anyway. It's like autopilot, Vivian. Unfortunately, my brain is like... Oh, failed the challenge. Suck less, Dragon. Suck less, man. Do better. The one time he finds his way there by himself and you leave him anyway. Let's play the game. Do I have any crystal flies? Why did I go to the cooking pot? Never mind. Y'all saw nothing. Oops. I miscalculated. Wildly miscalculated, in fact. Oh, you don't? Oh my goodness. Do you need to steal some of mine? You got Nahida's weapon! Okay, congrats! I'm definitely jelly. Oh! Guys! You can use regular resin? Okay, that's fine. But you can steal some of my stuff if you want. Where's Tweedledum and Tweedledee? Y'all both went to... Interesting. I just go to the closest one. Like, why would I scroll? If I'm already here. Why would I scroll? What are these pins for? I have no idea. Because it's faster? I guess. Depends on your load screen though. Pins from missing the domain? No, I think it was actually for the Aranara, but those pins, they're like underground ones. So when I pinned them to be like, hey, go here, and I went there and I was like, what the fuck is this? Yeah. You can just TP back when you're ready, Bimby. Whoa. You stole flies? You should feel ashamed. You know I don't have a lot. Teehee! Janai! Yeah, this is fine. Oh, Yoda needs to change. I was like, wait, something ain't right here. But I couldn't quite piece it together. And I was looking at it and I was like, what the fuck? Doesn't have a lot, also doesn't farm them. I did for a while, but then I was like hella farming, uh-oh. There he is. Then I was hella farming for Nahida, so I kind of forgot about it. Because I got up to like 50 or 60. Bro, stop sunlocking me, goddamn. Ow. Noise. This is honestly the worst part of the game. God damn it. Oh, okay. Just needs crit damage. Curious about my clam set contribution. What to damage? Wasn't she doing like... Yeah, we do need DPS meters. I need to see how badly I'm doing. GG's, GG's Hassan. Oh, Yoda's gonna beat me there now. No! Bubble, don't say that. Absolutely do not say that. Ham Jam is the woman's equivalent of being cock-blocked, which is why I say don't say that. They wrote that one song about it. Oh no. I don't know what you're talking about. No, Joggin! Take those words back. Oh yeah, EM. Yeah, I've been pooped on so far. It's just copium stats. It's just copium stats everywhere. I need crit rate, crit damage, EM. I don't know about attack on Nahida. I don't know if it's... Oh wait, I need to hold Yoda's hand. Oh no. Shit. I knew it was gonna happen eventually. I just didn't think it would happen so fast. all these copium pieces, goddamn. Have I gotten a single crit damage one? I haven't. Breathe, Tato. This could be good for Yae.
自然会产生云游四海的想法吧。
于我而言，不变也是一种美好。
Tell him.
哎呀，
Tell
可
him.
尘世哪是如此不变之物？
This is the worst timeline.
八重堂出版的许多
God
作
damn
品
it.
深入浅出的阐明了兵法原理。我
Just
很
sitting
喜
looking
欢。
at these garbage pieces. I'm sorry for making you look at your garbage pieces. Ah, HPY! I'm sorry, I'm trying. HP again, what the f-
我可以为你吹奏一曲。
最近八重堂穿越意识的小说也太多了，就对自己的世界如此不满吗？
God, how many shitty artifacts have I got? Oh my god. I'm gonna do it until I run out of like the 3-star. Did it just go into HP again? Oh my god. I'm gonna cry, man. Shut up, Dragon.
见到了这么美丽的景色，
很
自
多人的一
然会产生云游
生
四海的想法吧。
写于纸上也不过几行，
Same, Vivian,
大多
same.
都是
Even
些
me,
无
I'm
聊
falling
的故
asleep.
事啊。
This is riveting gameplay.
每个生灵的意志都值得尊重，就像海中的游鱼，也有自
It's
己
the
的
worst
方向。
timeline, it's fine. If you play this game enough, you just get used to being disappointed by the artifacts. So like, it's not even, I'm not even sweating it right now. It's just like, okay, it's bad, go again. And you just keep doing that until you
既然
die.
手边有树叶，
I mean, until you get
我
good
可以
stuff.
为你吹奏一曲。
Don't know which one will happen first. Who knows? I don't think I even finished all my things, but it's okay. This is fine.
八重堂出版的许多作品，深入浅出地阐明了兵法原理。
Finally claim. Only for them to give me more shitty things. Ah! Darkness! What is that? Oh my god. Cool. This is fine. Uh-oh. Hey, Daddy. You still here, homie? Oh, Yoda did click? Oh my god, I thought he didn't click in time. That would have been a little bit funny. Are you gonna be scaramouching? Is that like poaching to scaramouche? Probably not, no. I think I'm doing a big old skipperoonies. Skip until... Ow, you bitch! Anyway, doing big old skipperoonies until either one of my rerun characters or another Dendro, so... Yeah. Wah. Wah. I'm gonna go cry, be right back. Why? Cruel world. RNGesus is not on my side today. This is fine, this is okay. Yeah, I think for the rest of this shit, I'm gonna be focusing on Dendro characters. Dendro characters and the reruns that will complete my current goals. So Kazuha being one of them, Shinhe being the other, and Ito when he comes out again, because he's gonna be C6. So yeah, that's the current plan for me at least. C6 is so bonkers on him. Wait, bonkers on who? Wah. Wah. Seriously, not a single one. I'm like considering even like looking at the 4-star ones because the rolls have been so bad that it just doesn't seem worth it. Okay, I'm gonna do one more. Wow, nice. Pain. Agony. This is fine. This is a-okay. I'm not crying, you're crying. Oh wait, you mean on Ito, the C6 of Ito. These bonkers. Highly amusing. Yeah, I think I've run out of patience for that shit for today. Oh, is that the reward thing that I redeemed earlier? Nice. More primos for me. For the funds. Alright, yeah. I'm trying to think. Because there's quests I can do as well. Shall we do the Archon quest? Talk to Candace. Candace, dick fit in your mouth. Sorry. I can't not say it. There's just something in my brain that compels me to say it. It's like when you see the number 69. Like, how do you not say nice? You know? Oh, PvP resetting cookies! God damn it. we got free tickets. I'm close to being capped though, so I don't want to claim it now. Oh shit, the Kingdom Pass has got the bad cookie stuff. You managed M2? Nice. Hey, path to victory! I got the next thing because I got to M3. Why'd they put me in gold 1? How embarrassing. Yeah, I only got to Master 3 this season. Or this past season, rather. Boy! It's fine, I'll keep trying. Did the shop reset? No. And... I've taken part in every single PvP season. Whoa! Thank you for the head pads, Peanuts. You have Nahida on EU as well. Nice, fishes! But I've never gotten like the special portraits for reaching like top 500. It's so fucking hard. And there's like 5 of the story mode icons I don't have. Yeah, there's only a couple portraits I don't have. Also, I got my Charles to 5 stars as well. You forgot Yoda! Oh, butts. Yeah, I do it every day because of the BTS event thing, so to get the points, I'll just do like the 5 a day. Because you never run out of tickets, basically. I will resume momentarily. Oh, speaking to Candace. Okay, yeah. Be right back, guys. I'm gonna throw you on the be right back screen, and I'll be right back. Be right back. Be good. Go get yourself a drink or a snack or whatever it is you need. I'm gonna pop an ad just while we are on the BRB screen. And then, yeah, I'll be back when I'm back, I guess. Listen, Tango, they never say why the power's out. They're like, oh yeah, there's a fault. I'm like, yeah, it's your fault the power's out. Turn it back on. My god.
Alrighty. Oh, save. Ah! Beautiful. Don't fuck this up. Ah! Ah!
See, but I like it. A pussy tight, pussy feet, pussy fresh. No, piss! I had that song stuck in my head earlier today. Oh no. Why you read? Because it was funny. I'm miserable right now. This is impressive and not in a good way. I agree, but I just got one now, so maybe I should be thankful. Okay, now another one. That's not him. That's also not him. That's especially not him. That is a bow. That is not a dog boy. That is also not a dog boy. This is disappointment. I'm gonna go ugly cry. This is a cat! Ah! Okay.
Gmax underscore Yoda screamed, my sprinkler goes like this. And comes back like this.
Okay, I wasn't expecting the second part, so that that one got me. Very nice. I like. Weapon? No, we don't do weapon banner in this house. Weapon banner is disappointment. So no. And I don't play scary games at all. I am a chicken bitch of note, let me tell you. I get a fright from my own notifications if I don't see them coming, so... You guys! Money, 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 money! Make an offering. Oh! Shotgun? You can just run up to them and shoot them in the face? Where is this guy?
Kero. Did she just say it once? Kero?
Oh! I'm being too loud. It's now almost 12 o'clock. I need to... Shh. Okay, that was a good clip. And that's a terrible one. Guys, I have bad news. Oh. I have a bad news. I'm not feeling good. I was thinking about it a little bit. That's why I went to BRBZ's, because I just wasn't feeling good. I think I need to go lay down for a bit. So yeah, sorry. I wanted it tonight to be like a longer stream. But the last hour or so I've been feeling super shitty. So I'm thinking I'll go rest. It's better to do that. But yeah, we will I'll throw you off at a friend who's currently playing Genshin Impact. Yeah. Thanks guys. Sorry to just like, it feels like a hit and run kind of situation. It feels like a hit and run situation, but I need to, yeah, I think I need to go lay down. I'm just really not feeling good. But yes, I'm gonna go drop you off with a friend. Make sure you spell their name correctly, Tato. Yeah. Yeah, they're doing the Genshin thing at the moment. And it looks like they're waiting to get Nahida. So yeah, let's go give Rich some love. I did type it correctly. Okay, perfect. And there's the raid message. Sorry to cut it short. But it was fun. It was fun chatting with you all and getting disappointed by the artifact domain and fighting the boss together. I think we had a good time. Yeah, grab the raid message, friends. I will probably see you tomorrow. It depends on the power outages and whatnot, but you know the drill. I'll be posting on Discord. I'll be posting on Tweeters. I'll keep you guys up to date on what's happening. But yeah, please do take care of yourselves. Have a lovely, lovely day and or evening wherever you are in the wonderful world. And go give all of your love and support to Rich, like I said, playing Genshin as well. I think kind of newish to Genshin. So yeah, be nice. Be nice, peepos. Alright, I will see you guys. Bye!